morning. Good morning. Good morning. You said it would be a better morning if you weren't talking so loud first thing this morning. We are going to give everybody a little bit. We are supposed to start at 9 o'clock, but we always allow everybody on Saturday mornings about 10 minutes or so to get here and get settled and get woke up and finish their coffee or whatever else. And you made it just under the wire, so I didn't have to call you out as being late, you know. Yeah, it's working fine. Yep. I'm just kidding. You can hear it now. All right. Well, we're going to get started. For those of you who don't know, but Tammy and I were here May. Was that April, May? I've lost all track. I lost 2020 and I lost the entire summer, but we were here for our parenting seminar in the spring. But my name is Wayne Roberts, my wife, Tammy. We currently live, along with our stuff, in Oklahoma City, but our stuff is moving into boxes because we are in transition during the month of September as we are moving to Houston, Texas, where I am taking a new position, the Connections Minister at the Memorial Church in Houston. So we would ask that you pray for all of us. So if we seem a little disjointed, it's because of that. I'm not so sure if we are coming or going because we had a very full fall schedule planned because of last year, the cancellations, slow openings, people not sure what was going on. So since this is our primary ministry, we had filled virtually every weekend through the first or second weekend of November. And then we said, hey, what should we do with our spare time? How about we move all of our stuff all the way across Texas to Houston? So we are going to be making that transition. But as all of you know, there's something special about being a Texan. And so we're feeling good about that. And I know that you will as well. But today is going to be an opportunity to focus on marriages. It's going to be a day, as I said just a moment ago, a day of encouragement. I don't know that you need an opportunity for us to say, here's all the things you're doing wrong. Whether you admit it publicly or not, I would guess that most of you say, hey, here's the things that we have struggled with in our marriage, but here's what we want you to know. Whether you are been married a short period of time, a long period of time, a short period of time, but it feels like a long period of time, a long period of time, it feels like a short period of time. If you're in a great season of marriage or you're in a marriage season that struggles, I think you're going to benefit from today because we want to remind you how much of a blessing that marriage is and a value that we believe outlasts this life and into the life that is to come, which really is the driving force. But somebody asked here a while back, they said, how did you get into the seminar business? And I said, well, I don't like to think of it as a seminar business. I said, it is one aspect of our ministry, but here's what happened. About, I guess it's been 8 years ago, maybe I need to back up a little further. We have 5 kids, and as our kids were growing up, we had kind of a regiment, right? I mean, they had to get up, they went to school, they came home from school, there were some chores to do, there was some relaxation time, and then we would do dinner, and we clean up from dinner, and then they wrapped up their chores, and if they had any homework, and a little more playtime, and then there's a little bit of discussion as to what exactly it was, because Tami says bedtime was 7:30 or 8. I thought the bedtime was 8 or 8:30. Our kids apparently thought that the bedtime was 10:30 or 11, which was when they finally would go to sleep. But as you are parents, you know that you put your kids down and there's a little bit of a process. Finally, about 10 o'clock, our kids either were asleep or so afraid for their life that they didn't make any more sound. And so that you would thought would have been mine and Tami's finally our alone time, but Tami wanted to be alone, meaning singular alone, without me or any kids. And so she would go off to take a bath, and she would almost for 1 hour be in the bath. And I don't know, I heard sometimes singing, sometimes I heard crying, sometimes weeping and the gnashing of teeth. I don't know what all was going in there, but it was her time to decompress and relax from the day. About 11 o'clock, she would come out and we would visit about the day. I mean, in just the two of us, maybe we'd play a game, watch a little bit of television. And then at midnight, we realized, hey, it's a new day. We probably ought to go to bed and be ready for it. And that was our routine. When our kids moved up, I start to say grew up, but some of them are still working on that. When they got older and they moved out, our regiment stayed very much the same. In fact, even now, it is 10 o'clock before Tami goes off to take her bath. I have watched her watching the clock at like 3 minutes till 10. And I said, why don't you go take your bath? And she looks at me like, why are we changing things now? I go to the bath. And so she goes off for an hour and I catch up on all the TV shows that she doesn't like to watch. And then 11 o'clock, she comes in and we have a little bit of conversation, though we have been with each other virtually the entire day. We watch a little bit of television. Again, midnight comes and it's like, man, we got to go to bed. But Tami, as she has tried to keep up with me in age, she doesn't just lay down and go right to sleep anymore. So we'll get into bed and she goes, I'm going to sit up and read a little bit. And me, I'm like, lay my head over, close my eyes, good night, sweet prince, it's all over with. So Tami will set out, and when Tami comes out of the bath, she has very naturally curly hair, and the steam of that bath just makes her naturally curly hair this natural kinky hair. And she takes out her contact lenses, and she's got this pair of glasses that she got like in the 3rd grade or something, and she puts those on. And in this strange phase of life that she's in, she comes out of the bath really, really hot, but she doesn't want to get cold, so she puts on a flannel pajama top, which keeps her from getting cold, but she pulls off the covers of her legs because it's very complicated. I mean, it's like somebody describing a hurricane coming in. They're like, anyway, from the west, it seems to be, So that's the way that it is. And I remember one night I was exhausted. I laid down and she leaned over and she kissed me and said goodnight. And I kind of slurred out something like, I love you. And, she said the same thing back. And then I looked up and I realized that those glasses aren't enough for her. So she has a pair of reading glasses, which she has perched in front of the other glasses on her nose. So I'm looking up at this gal that she's got this really curly hair, this flannel pajama top, this a giant book about unicorns and fairies or something, and a book light, which I don't know if it helps the page. It just shines right in my eye while I'm trying to go to sleep. 2 sets of glasses on her nose. And I went, without a doubt, that is the goofiest looking woman I have ever seen in my life. But I'm glad she's my wife. I'm glad she's my goofy gal. Glad she's the mother of my children. I'm glad she's the grandmother of my grandchildren. I'm glad that she intersected my life and became part of my story. And it is here the point of all of that. I had, if you will, a revelation, an epiphany, if you will, something I had truly never thought about. What if she's not my wife? What if she's not the grandmother of my grandchildren? What if, in fact, I'm her husband and I'm the grandfather of her grandchildren? And, in fact, it was my life that intersected her life, and I've become part of her story. Now, that may seem like semantics to most of you, but the point was the perspective I had always had. Now, we had a good marriage. It wasn't without its problems, but for the most part, it was a good marriage. But I had looked at my marriage entirely from my perspective the entire time that we had been married. And at that point, a little over 30 years. And the next morning I got up and I said, I need to tell you that I am sorry for having looked at our marriage from my marriage, my hopes, my dreams, and not remembered that this is your marriage and hopefully and prayerfully the only marriage you'll ever have in this life. So this is your life too. And I'm going to do the best that I can in the remaining time that God gives us to look at our marriage from that perspective. And it is from that the His Shoes, Her Shoes marriage seminar was born. There was some other circumstances, but we offered our seminar to the congregation where we were in Parker. Very different than what you're going to hear today as it has grown and evolved. But nevertheless, an opportunity to just simply say, here's some things that we have learned in our marriage and some things that we believe that God teaches us. And we kind of wish we had learned some of those things, or at least listened to them, so we didn't do some of these things. And out of that grew now, I forget what our last count is, 120 some of these seminars over the last 7 or so years. It has taken us literally coast to coast and border to border. I started saying a foreign country, but a cruise ship isn't really a foreign country, but we were on international waters. So we've had our seminar, and we'll talk a little bit more about our next cruise next year for those of you who might have some interest in it. So we decided that our approach would be this. We wanted you to understand the place that your spouse has in your marriage. Instead of focusing just on you and what you need to do, is look at your marriage from your perspective. So Tami and I are actually going to do some swapping, I guess, of roles, as Tami is going to spend a great deal of time talking with you ladies about what it means to be the man in the relationship. And as Tami has guided me, mentored me, encouraged me, instructed me, commanded me, I'm going to share with you men a little bit about what it means to be a woman. And you're going to say, that's weird. It's not for us. And the reason why is I like Broadway musicals, and Tami wants a Harley Davidson. So it's not that much of a stretch for us. So that's what we're going to do today, is we're going to encourage you. We're going to give you some hope no matter where you are. We believe that marriages were intended to do more than survive, that marriages were intended to survive, to do more than survive. They were intended to thrive. And we are convinced of this. Of all the things that we've experienced, we can give you pros and cons and suggestions, but we are confident that God has a plan that is perfect for your marriage. And so, though we will share some stories of our successes, some stories of our failures, our hope is to always bring you back to that anchor regarding what God has to say regarding this little sliver of a much larger piece of a much larger pie that we call our life. So when we sat down and began to do the seminar or kind of make a plan, I said, here's the thing. I don't want to do just what everybody else is doing. There were several individuals that had written books and had seminars and other things that were to help marriages. I said, there's no need for us just to, if you will, take their material and regurgitate it out to a seminar and call it our own. At the same time, we know that there are these constant truths about marriage that need to be repeated, and so that has to be a part of it. And so we were trying to find that balance, and one of the things that we determined is that long before we started laying, if you will, new foundation, there were some things that needed to be untangled. If you can imagine that sometimes there are marriages that need just a little bit of a renovation, and some of them almost need a bulldozer, and the couple start again from the very beginning. And the reason why is this: because so many are looking for this happily ever after perspective. That's what they want. We want happily ever after, and it is based to a great extent on unrealistic expectations, misconceptions about marriage. And when those misconceptions aren't met because they're misconceptions, right? When they're not met, couples become disappointed. Couples become discouraged. Sometimes they even become divorced. And so what we thought we would do is to begin, and I don't want it to be on a negative note, but I think it's important that we realign ourselves to the purpose and or some of the things that are not part of what a marriage is supposed to be about. And I can't illustrate it better than the idea of the story of Cinderella. Y'all know that story, right? It comes from a little French short story called The Glass Shoe or Glass Slipper. Cinderella lives with her ugly stepmother, ugly stepsisters. Life is terrible. She's the maid. She's the cook. She's the laundry lady. Doesn't look like there's any hope for her till one day, handsome prince makes an announcement, fancy ball. All the maidens are invited. He's going to select from them one who will be his bride. And so ugly stepmother, she's not got a husband, so she, a little lipstick on a pig, and off she goes. And the stepsisters, they put on their best gowns. They're going to be there, and Cinderella comes down the stairs pulling on her rags. And they said, where do you think you're going? She goes, I'm going to the fancy ball. Maybe I'll get picked. They laugh at her. They said, you're not going anywhere but to finish the dishes, right? So off they go. She's left there in the courtyard. She's crying, and who comes along? Fairy godmother, right? Little bibbity bobbity boo, wave of the wand. All of a sudden, miraculous things happen. Mice become coachmen. A pumpkin becomes a carriage. Birds and squirrels dresser. I mean, it's an incredible scene, right? Fairy godmother puts on those iconic glass slippers and gives her this warning: be back before midnight, because at midnight, guess what happens? It all turns back to what it was in the beginning. Off she goes. She gets down to the palace. She catches the eye of the prince and vice versa. They dance all night, much to the chagrin of everybody who's there. And then bong, bong, the first strokes of midnight. She knows she's got to get out of there. She runs out of his arms, out of the ballroom, down the stairs, into the carriage, on her way home, leaving nothing but a beautiful memory and that one glass slipper. Prince picks it up. He says, whoever fits in this shoe will be my bride. Apparently only 1/6.5 in the entire kingdom, right? But he goes from house to house and cottage to cottage and village to village, and it doesn't fit on anybody. Finally, he gets to Cinderella's house, tries it on the stepmother, not a chance. The stepsisters, Finally, Cinderella emerges from the shadow. I'd like to try it. Of course, the shoe fits perfectly, and they live happily ever after. Just like real life, right? Just like it happens. And so what happens is that young women have this view, that fantasy, if you will, that this is what marriage looks like. It's propagated by the world in which we live in, the world of Hollywood, the world of media, the world of beauty and fashion, that this is what marriage is all going to be like. And young men are equally deceived. Theirs is a little more obscene, a little more pornographic. It is that immorality that is painted about what a man likes and what a woman likes and what a man should do and what a woman should do. And it too is fed by this masculinity and conqueror and all those kinds of things. And so what we have is we have a couple that comes into a relationship having been shaped and formed not just by the church, not just by godly parents or godly teachers, but a world of influence. And they get to the marriage and it's not the way that they expect it to be. And we used to talk about when I grew up about the white picket fence, right? One house, white picket fence. He goes to work. She stays at home cleaning with a smile on her face. 2.5 children, one dog, but never a cat. I don't like cats. So that was never in my fantasy, but that's what we imagine. And I don't know if any of you have picket fences. If you do, you're halfway to your dream, right? But that's the point is, so here are 5 misconceptions that I think interfere with our success, our happiness, our fulfillment in marriage. And the first is the confusion of lust over love. We understand that ooey gooey feeling that comes when that young lady or that young man first gives us attention. We feel a little weak in the knees, a little butterfly in the stomach. Maybe we just are a little bit of beads of sweat as we're nervous in their presence. But all of that happens, and that's okay. There is no reason to find the ugliest man in the world and have no feelings for him, and you know that that must be true love. And some of you are thinking, well, now you tell me, right? But it's okay to have that. I mean, even Solomon in Song of Solomon, chapter 1 says, may he kiss me with the kisses of his mouth. The physical attraction is part of genuine love, but it is just a part. And so this idea of falling in love, right? Falling in love is based a great deal on feeling. So I feel love. I feel it. It's not seen any clearer than in the idea of beauty, right? I mean, think about it. The ugly stepmother was ugly. Why? Because she was ugly, right? But because Cinderella is beautiful, she's fair-skinned, she's fair-complected, she's got a sweet voice, because we put a lot of emphasis on external beauty. I mean, ladies, you'll appreciate this. The men never will. But Ariel, the Little Mermaid, her hair looks great, even wet, right? I mean, that's just how we paint the picture. Our world tells us you want to look this way. You want to spend a great deal of attention on your physical appearance. That's what attracts a man. That's what attracts a woman. It's all about the outside. And then one day, we go to bed with the fantasy and we wake up next to Shrek the ogre, right? Maybe you women have had a similar experience to that because things change. External beauty doesn't last. Oh, Tami and I saw here a few years back, we were walking through Beverly Hills on the famed Rodeo Drive, and this lady walked by us, and she believed that she had preserved her youth forever. She hadn't. At best, she had prolonged the inevitable. But in fact, what she had done is pretty marred herself up. Because beauty fades. We get wrinkles. The hair that holds on begins to turn gray. We stay in shape, because round's still a shape, right? So we're doing all those things, but what happens is when a marriage is based on the physical attraction, the external beauty, when the feeling is gone, we hear things like, well, I'm no longer in love. I have fallen out of love, or maybe I have fallen in love with someone else. When in fact, what they're really saying unknowingly has nothing to do with love. It has to do with physical attraction. It has to do with lust. I have fallen out of lust, if you will, with my wife, and I have fallen into lust with someone else. And that often then advances into situations where that lust, that desire, that physical attraction needs to be fed, need to be satisfied. Or perhaps it is I'm not having it fed here, and so the relationship comes apart because of the mistake that you don't know what love is. Love being a choice action that's not based on feelings. It's based on a self-sacrificing attitude or perspective that seeks the well-being of someone else. In other words, lust is about what do I get, Love is about what do I give. And when couples go into a relationship going, here's what I'm going to get, and here's what I'm going to get, and here's what I'm going to get, guess what they find out? I didn't get enough. I want more. I want more. And so it is really important that we clarify what love is rather than simply the external physical desire. It's love over lust. Number 2, and that is there is such a thing as the perfect mate. You know, it's written in the stars, right? It's our destiny. I remember I was talking with a young couple, not married yet, not even talking marriage, but they were pretty close, or at least they thought so. And they simply put had no business being together. They weren't good for each other. And as I talked with them, one of them said, do you know the story of Romeo and Juliet? That everybody told them they didn't belong together, and it is such a lovely story. In fact, the more their parents said no, the more it drew Romeo and Juliet together. Do you know that story? I said, I do. Do you know that story? Do you know how that story ends? With both of them dead, right? But this idea that God has, let me make sure that I put a little bit of a disclaimer on the side here. How God operates in his providential care of people, in the answer of prayers of young men and young women and parents who say, please help us find someone that will pair with our child, and they will have a great relationship, or we'll find the right kind of spouse that will be a lifelong commitment. I'm not saying that's not my business. I just say that I only really know of one time that God orchestrated a marriage entirely. Adam and Eve, right? I mean, sometimes I think these conversations between Adam and Eve when they didn't have near the things to fight over that we do now, right? Everything was wonderful. And I imagine that Adam sometimes, I don't know, I started to say he would just be standing there with his hands in his pocket, and then I realized he didn't have pockets. But, he's standing there and he goes, hey, Eve, do you love me? She goes, well, that's a dumb question. Of course I do. Who else? I mean, right? There wasn't a whole lot of choice for Adam and Eve. That truly was God's designed, one man, one woman. But he has given us the opportunity to choose. And so here's the thing is when we have this idea that there's the perfect mate, always illustrated in those fantasy stories about the handsome prince. Here's what I found out. Women think he's handsome for 2 reasons. Number 1, he has good looks and muscles. And number 2, he rarely speaks. Women find that very, very valuable, okay? So he's the handsome prince. Here's the beautiful princess. And they're perfect for one another until we find out things about our spouse. We find out that they don't fold their socks the way we do, or at all, right? We find out that they don't like the same things we do, or that they have flaws, that they're not perfect in every respect. And one of them will come into my office and sit down and go, I have found out that there's a lot of problems with my spouse. They're not perfect. And I go, well, of course they're not. Otherwise, you'd be single, right? Because the truth is, none of us are perfect. We all have our flaws, but they'll go, well, my spouse has a flaw, or I have a flaw. And I don't care if it's a little something or one of those things that's really big. We go, we don't belong together. We're not a perfect match. Oh, we were perfect back then, but it turns out that they're imperfect. And so what do? They start saying, well, let's find out about somebody who might be more perfect for me. And guess what? They're the same kind of imperfect. It is that when we talk about this idea of finding the one, I'm just going to say this right out loud, and that is, Tami, I didn't marry Tami because she was the one. First of all, we didn't hardly have any time to get to know each other, 4 months from our first date to our wedding day. But I'll just tell you, the day that we married, she became the one. She became my one. She became my one and only. And so this idea of a perfect mate is a misconception. It's a misnomer. There is no such thing as a perfect mate. But when a couple goes in believing that there's this perfect match, and it doesn't fit perfect for whatever reason, either early in their marriage or for that matter, 50 years down the marriage life, then they become disappointed. The third of these is that everybody in their search for happily ever after, they want the castle without the hassle, right? Tammy and I last night, we were driving from the near the DFW, and we were coming out this way, and we passed a neighborhood in which Tammy goes, wow, look at those castles there. They were some big 2- and 3-story houses, all that seemed to have the big silo-esque turret on the front, staircase, and they did. They all looked like castles. And she goes, now, I would take one of those if somebody gave it to me. And you know what I thought? I can't pay the utilities on that house if you gave it to me. My little teeny bed and our couple of pieces of furniture would look lost in that giant house. In other words, it's beautiful to think about the castle, but the castle comes with some obligations. So what happens is people go into their marriage going, you know what I want? I want that beautiful house. And I want a beautiful life. And I want beautiful kids. And then they end up being born and they look like my husband. And it's not good. All those kinds of things. Because they say it's supposed to just happen naturally. And there aren't any problems. And everything goes well. And it never takes any work. And as soon as there's the first problem, I can't tell you how many people have called Tammy and I or emailed us within their first year of marriage, basically with this kind of perspective. I have made a huge mistake. We just had a fight. We do not belong together, or else all of our problems were before, right? I was lonely. We loved each other. All these kinds of things, and they were all going to get fixed at the day that we said, I do. And we said, I do, and then we're supposed to be that I'm always fulfilled, and I never feel lonely, and there's not any problems, but we're having problems. Maybe we didn't belong together. And that's silly. That's foolishness. We live in a broken world because of the sin that Adam and Eve left the door open to, and the sin that each of us made a choice, and those in our world made a choice to be a part of. It ruined a beautiful world. Even when you're married, it snows, it ices, it freezes the pipes. Even when you're married, people get sick, cars get flats, spouses die. Those things don't change because we get married. There are problems. I already said we're people that are imperfect, and so we're going to have struggles. I'll hear somebody go, you know what? We have never had a fight in our married life. And I'm like, you should have, because one of you's a liar, right? Because every marriage has problems. And I don't know today if you're facing a problem. I know at some point you will or you have, but I know this. There are problems today bigger than any problem you're facing, that there are couples who are working through that problem with God's help. Tammy and I are convinced that with very, 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 very few exceptions, there is not a problem that can't be fixed if both are willing to do what needs to be done and are let God being willing to tell them what that is. So we talk about the fact that, yeah, but it doesn't take it. It's work. Of course it's work. Anything that's worthwhile is work. I mean, can you imagine? Think about it like those guys that climb Mount Everest, right? They get airlifted into the base camp, and then it's across this boulder-filled field. Then they cross a giant ice chasm, and then up a glacier face, and then this sheer rock, and then they're walking on this precipice all the way up. There are 200 plus individuals who didn't make that climb that are frozen, that you can actually see. I mean, that can be discouraging, right? That's discouraging. Oxygen level drops, as does the temperature, and they get to the top and they see what they see. And I have never once heard the testimony of any of them that went, well, that was not worth it. In fact, they can hardly wait to turn around and go do it again, even at the risk of life. And that's how I see problems and the work that comes in a marriage. People say, well, a marriage is 50-50. No, it's not. That's divorce. Divorce is 50-50. And for the longest time, I said, you know what it takes? It takes 110% from you and 110% from your spouse. And then I realized, yeah, but some days I don't have a 10%, 110%. So here's what it is. Marriage is taking whatever you have. If today is 25% and they're 25%, and you do the best that you can. You put everything you have into it. Because like those who climb the mountain and have seen from virtually the top of the world, they will try to tell you what it's like, and you will not know it until you get there. And I've had a hard time convincing my own children, much less in these kinds of forums, about what it looks like on the other side of the problems. All we ever do is stand at the face of this giant mountain of our problems and go, I just can't do it. And we move over to nothing more than another mountain. And so you see individuals that maybe have one marriage, followed by another marriage, followed by another marriage, some of them even another marriage and another marriage. They never get to the summit because every time the climb gets hard, they bail and they start all over again. Because I can tell you this, on this side of the problems, even some enormous problems, the view, it's tremendous. It is worth putting the effort into it. Every castle comes with a little hassle. And to enter into a marriage thinking you can have a marriage that is without problems, without difficulties, without struggle and work, that is mistaken. Number 4, and that is a marriage of endless excitement, right? That it's constantly an adventure. Tami and I have a little sign hangs up in our bedroom. It says, I didn't know we were making memories. I can't even remember how it says. It says, wait, I get this wrong every time. I didn't know that we were having an adventure. I thought we were just making memories. And that's what we have, right? We have this adventure. But the adventure is met with sometimes some difficulties. And when we do, we go, well, think of it this way. On the wedding day, right? Great day. The bride, she is dressed in that beautiful gown. There are flowers everywhere. The groom has showered. I mean, it's a great day. It ends in cake. Very few days end in cake. That's the kind of day that it is. It's great. But we don't want it to end, right? As soon as the I-do's are over, the couple is off on some exotic tropical paradise, right? For 5, 10, 20 years. I mean, whatever we can get of a beautiful honeymoon. And then what do they always say? Well, now the honeymoon's over, right? Now it's to real life. The end of the excitement. How are we going to survive? I know what we'll do. We're going to have an anniversary. Every year, we're going to look forward to it. In fact, ladies, you are the queens of anniversaries. You have an anniversary for everything. There's the Valentine's Day anniversary. There's the birthday anniversary. There's the day we met anniversary. Of course, there's the wedding anniversary. There's the first time we wore blue at church together anniversary. And for us guys, it is hard to remember it. I keep thinking of that guy, is why he comes in, he grabs a handful of bacon off the kitchen table and a cup of coffee, low carb diet, and he's head off to work and kisses his wife quickly on the forehead. She goes, have a good day. Don't forget what today is. And of course, we do. Okay. So he's racking his brains on the way to work while he's trying to think about his day. And so he decides, I better call to the florist and order a dozen flowers and just put something like on this, our special day, love me, right? By the time he gets to the work, he second guessed. Ladies, you don't know this, but we do. He second guessed himself. He says, ooh, I did that for her birthday. This could be one of the big specials. I better send 2 dozen. So he calls back, makes that. About mid-morning, he tells the secretary, he says, hey, could you order some of those fancy chocolate from that place that you were always talking about? Have them sent to my house. She goes, okay, what would you like on the card? On this our special day, love me, right? So she sends those off, and by lunchtime, he gets out for a little bit of break and remembers that there was this little tennis bracelet. He goes, I don't know why she would want that. She doesn't play tennis, but I'm going to get that little tennis bracelet. Ladies, your husband didn't get that joke. Explain it to him before your anniversary. It'll be better. right? So he walks over to this little jewelry store and he gets that. He decides he gets back to the office and he calls. She's out running some errands. He goes, hey, tonight on this special day, I just want to take you to someplace special. I know you've been wanting to go to that particular restaurant. We're going to go. And he thinks it's got all square until he's on the way home. And he realizes last time we were going to go there, she goes, I can't go that place. It's too fancy. I wouldn't know what to wear. So he jumps off the highway, gets down to this little boutique, buys this outfit for her. When he arrives at home, there on the kitchen counter are those 24 roses fanned out like the NBC peacock. Older people, the younger people have no idea what I'm talking about. At lunch, please explain them to them. There's the box of chocolates opened. Only one is gone. If he were to turn them over, there'd be a finger hole in the bottom of all of them to figure out which is which. She comes into the kitchen and she is glowing like the Madonna. Not Madonna, the Madonna. She's speechless. He takes out that tennis bracelet and lays it over his arm. Finally, as the tears well up in her eyes, she goes, you are a great husband. And he goes, did you get my phone message? And her countenance falls and she says, honey, I can't go there. I don't have anything to wear. Ta-da! She goes, you truly are the most thoughtful husband. I will not forget about this Groundhog's Day as long as I live. And that's how we live, from special occasion to special occasion to special occasion. And when there's ever any dip, it's not exciting anymore. What are we going to do to put some spark in our marriage? We need more date nights. I'm not opposed to date nights, but let me just tell you right now, great marriages are not built by more date nights. That's just trying to find more special occasions. Let's have more holidays. Let's do more vacations. Let's do more of this, more of that, because today is a boring day with you. But if it was going to be a boring day with you at Disneyland, it would be a glorious day, right? Let me tell you what a glorious day is. A little over 10 years ago, Tami got up in the night. I thought to use the restroom. I hear a thud in the bathroom. I get up and I go in there and I find her curled up in the floor of the bathroom. And I lean down and I go, Tam, are you all right? And she doesn't say anything. I said, Tam, are you all right? I pick her up and I lay her head back and her eyes have rolled back in her head and she is unresponsive. Now, in what felt like days, and though it may have only been moments, I had a million thoughts go through my mind. I had lost an aunt who had a cerebral hemorrhage that ruptured when she got up at night and she died. I thought, this can't be. Tammy's too young. We're too young. And then you even get the man part that has to fix everything. How am I going to attend to her and get to the phone? The door is locked. What am I? All these things are racing through. Meanwhile, I'm going, Tam, nothing. And then, like a Las Vegas slot machine, her eyes roll back in her head, and this gentle voice comes out, what? I hear you. And I said, you know the way to Jesus, because I'm getting ready to send you there, because Now, it turned out not to be anything extremely serious, but at that moment, this is what I realized. The best days are not the days on vacation, celebrating some anniversary or holiday, taking some trip to some amusement park. The best days are the days where her shoes are next to my shoes. And when we live for a marriage that's all about excitement, we're going to find days that we're disappointed, as opposed to my prayer first thing every morning. God, thank you for this day and for my wife being alongside of me. Even if she's going to come in and be mad because I didn't do what I told her I would do yesterday. Number 5, and perhaps the most important, at least of all these misconceptions, and that's this. That is the misconception that the objective of marriage is happily ever after. I want my happiness. I remember one time talking with a young girl, and she said in regards to her discontent in her marriage, is it too much to ask that I just be happy? Now, I will tell you, I believe that God wants us to be happy in our marriage. I believe that happiness is a result of a healthy marriage, and so I'm not downplaying happiness. But wanting happy, saying, is it too much to ask for a little bit of happiness? I think it's actually too little to ask. I think when we look at God, probably with a cup that is overflowing with blessings and going, is it too much to ask for some happiness? And he said, it's too little to ask. I mean, that's like enjoying ice cream by reading the ingredients on the carton. Oh, you're going to find out what it's like, but it's much better to have a cone of it, right? So God says, is that all you're looking for out of your marriage is happiness? If all you're wanting is happiness, go get ice cream. There is something bigger. Over the course of today, we're going to share with you what we believe is a much grander objective for our marriage. Because we think that God is more interested in your holiness than he is with your happiness. And that he is not content for you simply to have a happily ever after, but he has a plan for your happily forever after. And so that's going to be our objective today, is to give you a peek at something far grander than Tami and I when we were dating, far grander than when we were married, far grander than even now I think we can fully embrace, and that is this much grander thing that God has for our marriage. Beyond merely companionship, beyond merely someone to earn the living or pay the bills, more than someone to have children with. And by that I mean somebody to get up at night with the children so I don't have to get up with them all the time. There is something much bigger than that. And over the course of the day, I hope that we are capable and clear to share with you what that means. We are really glad that you're here, that you have taken the time on a Saturday to be here. And I pray that at the end of the day that you'll go, it has been a good day. So what we're going to do is we're going to take about, according to that clock, will serve as our master clock. We're going to take about 12 or 13 minutes. And at the top of the hour, as they say, ladies, you're going to stay in here with Tami. Gentlemen, are we going to go to Jason, same place we were last time? Okay. We're going to have the guys will stay in here. Ladies, you'll take Tami. And if I remember, it's through this door to the left or through here to the back corner. Let's see. That is, I always lose my perspective when I come to Catamus. That corner. Okay. That corner. If I was men would be fine, except they'd all be getting out a map and not reading it. So we'll do that in about 10 minutes. And the ladies will be back there and the men will be in here for our first of 3 breakout sessions. So let's take a break and we'll do that. Thanks, everybody. It's why we have a glove compartment, right? All right, guys, if you'll find a seat, we're going to go ahead and by the way, you don't have to return to the seat. I know what you're thinking. If my wife comes back and I'm not where she left me, I'll be in trouble. I'll work it out with them if you need to move a little bit up, but you don't have to sit. It's always funny. We had, I guess it was in California, and there was we had a large family. I mean, they had a large extended family that was a big part of that congregation, and they all had gone on some big family vacation camping trip. Well, they always kind of sat right here. Nobody invaded their space. So everybody was back there the entire time. I just took it that they were leaving a lot of empty pews for a big response at the invitation. We better leave more than just the front pews because they're all going to come down. I need to make a little bit of an apology. I don't know that somebody told me don't call it an apology, but I have not been in full-time ministry all of our married life. I spent the first 16 years as the end of a 20-year career in mechanical contracting. I had a real job is what I meant. I had to get up early in the morning. I had to be sometimes to the shop by 6 or 7 o'clock to get the guys gone. And after they were back in at 4:30, I was around there sometimes 5, 6, even 7 o'clock. I had to commute across Denver, Colorado, the metropolitan area for a while, in the snow, uphill, both ways. I mean, I had all that kind of stuff. In other words, I know what it's like to have a real job. And I remember that when, for us, Sundays was a big day with Bible class and church twice and often some other activities around church, that Saturday was a precious day, right? I remember coming in and plopping down at the end of a Friday going, man, I am glad it is Saturday tomorrow. Or Saturday was the day to get everything done that I needed to, such as I was telling somebody about mowing the yard and working on the car, and my wife still doesn't know the importance of piddling in a garage. That's what holds the family together, all those things that need to be done. And then she would come in and say something like maybe some of what you guys heard this week. Hey, tomorrow is the marriage seminar. And you went, great. Okay, great. And if you didn't, that's fine. Because it is not something typically guys go, I can't wait till the marriage seminar. Usually because we have to get up and at some marriage seminars and we have to publicly profess our love to our wife. It's kind of like the guy says, I'm going to make you cry before it's all over with, right? Or we have to stand up and say, yeah, I'm terrible at this and I'm terrible at that. And if we don't say it, they have our wife stands up and goes, he's terrible at this and he's terrible at that. And so they're usually not very pleasant. Here's how I hope the day goes. It's kind of like going to the dentist, right? You're sitting in the waiting room going, I don't really want to be here. I don't want to do this. But when you leave, you go, okay, it wasn't that bad. And maybe even you went, hey, wasn't bad at all. It's over. It's over. It's over. Except for the fact you won't be numb when you're over. Okay. So, but I will like to say this. I commend you for being here, and here's why. And this isn't to be judgmental of anybody who's not, that was aware of today's seminar. But even if you came by what little hair you had left, kicking and screaming, metaphorically or literally, you're here today. And here's what Tami and I have discovered with more than 100 seminars over 7 years is that younger women and older women who are married, whether they have good relationships or relationships that are struggling, are desperately looking for some answers. They're desperately looking for some hope. They want so bad for their marriage to work, and the opportunity, if nothing more than for them to sit with someone like Tami, who knows what they're going through from a woman's perspective. You won't be able to measure the value of that. And hopefully, at the same time, I'll share some things with you that will contribute positively to your marriage as well. So I want to commend you for being here. There is great value, and I think it's an admirable that you were here, if nothing else for your spouse, but hopefully in a grander scheme for your marriage. My dad was a preacher, quote unquote, by trade. My grandfather was a preacher. My dad was a preacher's preacher. He wore a tie when he showered. I mean, he was that kind of a preacher. And my dad would come in, and I remember him. He had a pair of brown wingtip shoes. At least in the years that I was growing up, I remember him always wearing those. And he would kick them off, and I would come in and I would put my little feet, and I say little because they're little even today, because I could have fit in Cinderella's slipper. I have a size 6.5 foot. And I would put my feet in my dad's shoes, and I would begin to walk around like I was him. I remember this because here a few years back, my, at that time, 2-year-old grandson came and took the shoe off of my foot. He put it down on the ground. He put his feet in. He says, "Look, I'm grandpa," right? And that's how I felt. And I knew at that point as a kid that my foot was too small, that my dad had enormous shoes, and that I wasn't really being my dad. In fact, I couldn't fill those shoes. But it wasn't until I got married that I realized how big my dad's shoes were. Some of you know Tami and I have known us long enough, but Tami, when we met the first time, Tami was pregnant. She didn't even know at that point that she was. When we started dating, Tami had a baby. And when I got married, I had a 6-month-old son, my oldest, who is not my biological son, but is my son nonetheless. And so I went from being a single guy. I started living in my parents' basement, but I wasn't. I was in the second story of their house. I was working for then the 3rd largest engineering company in the world. I had no bills on a monthly basis except as I spent my money, and I had a car insurance, full coverage, $26 a month for full coverage, on a 1971 Plymouth Satellite, which is kind of the sister cousin car to the Duster. It had a 318 Police Interceptor in it, and when you punched it, it went, and I owned it free and clear. In other words, I was living the good life. And then I get married, and with a simple I do, my entire world changed, and I realized it on a Saturday morning, much like today. In fact, it feels like it was only yesterday. I'm laying in bed. Tami is asleep. Josh is asleep in the other room. I sat straight up in bed. Literally, beads of sweat were running off of my head, and it hit me. What have I done? I didn't mean I doubted my love for Tami and was sorry that I got married, but all of a sudden I realized how huge my dad's shoes were. I was the dad that was the protector. I was the dad that was the provider. I was the dad that was supposed to have the answers, the solutions to the problems. I was just 21 years of age. And even then, I knew how little I knew. And so I want, before we look a lot at the woman's view of marriage and her perspective of things, I want to remind us, and I want to remind us, because having been, if you will, not in full-time ministry and in real life, and having been married now for 40 years, having 5 kids, I'm not here to beat you up. I'm here to help us maybe lick our wounds a little bit and say, I know where you're coming from. I know where you're at. So here's the way I view it. God has given us a closet with some pretty big shoes to fill. And the first of them I call dress shoes. And the reason why is because when I was growing up, I don't know if they've discontinued this or not. When I was growing up, you had 3 kinds of clothes. You had school clothes, you had play clothes, you had church clothes. In other words, when you came in from school, off those came on and you put on the play clothes. A little confusing because sometimes this year's play clothes were last year's school clothes that were just worn out. But don't let mama find you playing in your school clothes, even though we played in them at school, but I didn't tell mom. But don't be playing in them. But I can tell you this right now. Don't get caught messing around in your church clothes, right? Your dress clothes. Those were for church. They were often made up for us of a little white shirt, some little blue or black slacks, sometimes a tie, and then those pristine black dress shoes. Not very fashionable, certainly uncomfortable. Nothing like the tennis shoe we had wore the other 6 days. In fact, on Saturday nights before Sunday, we had to get our Bible class homework done, and we had to polish those shoes while my parents made us watch Hee Haw and Lawrence Welk. I mean, it was worse than any sweatshop, right? In fact, it sounds like a sweatshop. You know, hurry that up so you can finish your Bible homework. Jesus loves you, but we don't. That's how I felt, okay? So when I think about spiritual things, I think about those dress clothes. And I imagine that God has pushed out in front of us this gigantic pair of dress shoes. Far too big for us to fill, or at least it seems that way. We go back to Genesis chapter 2, we go back to Genesis chapter 3, and we begin to see the organizational structure for the family. Adam is created first, then Eve is created as his helper. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. Eve eats of the tree. God speaks to Adam and Eve and tells the woman shouldn't have done that, and he reinforces, I believe, not institutes, but reinforces this organizational structure for the family. And when I think about it, I'm not sure. Oh, I can make a theological. I could say, well, man was created first, and as Paul puts it, woman for man, not man for woman. I can, again, as Paul emphasizes, I can look at it and say, yeah, but it was Eve that first ate, but I also know that Adam, who was with her, ate as well. I certainly can look at all of this from a language and a textual and a doctrinal position, but I'll just tell you, it doesn't make much sense to me. And I'm not one to question the Almighty, certainly, but I'm not so sure why he made us the spiritual head of our family. Because I'll just confess to you, probably be a day of confession before it's over with anyway, and that is, I am the person to be the spiritual head of our family. I have a full-time job just being the spiritual responsible for me, much less for my entire family. Tammy's she's a better prayer warrior. Tammy's a better Bible student. Tammy does a better job of making applications of the thing that she learns and studies to her own life. I mean, we know it from a grander scheme that women sometimes can portray their spirituality far better than we do, right? I mean, they have ladies' days, and they have ladies' retreats, and they have ladies' Bible studies. I saw a church not too long ago trying to catch up with that. They have guys, guns, grub, and God Day, okay? They're trying, but I'm just telling you, that's a shortfall. And I would like, or I feel at times, that God puts those giant dress shoes of male spiritual leadership in front of me, and I go, do you see my little baby feet? I don't want any part of that. I can't do that. I am struggling just being me, much less everything else that needs to be done. But you know what God says? He says, oh, in that case, don't worry about it. He doesn't. But because we're men, and you know, men will do things or try to do things they know they can't do. That's how they have that TV show, America's Funniest Home Videos, right? It always starts with somebody going, watch this, it'll be funny, you know, and away we go. So we suck in our gut and we stick out our chest and we put our feet in those dress shoes and we begin to start moving along. And God says, but wait. And then he slides out these work boots. I don't know if you have ever had any work boots or work shoes. I've got a pair of catering chef shoes that are slip resistance. They're steel toed. They've got a real soft, comfortable inside so that you're standing on them all day. I had a kid down in Richardson, Texas, came up to me and says, I bet you've never seen boots like this. They had on the bottom of them Velcroed this fibrous, kind of like that scrubbing pad that your wife has underneath the kitchen sink for scrub. I'm talking to a bunch of guys like you know where the scrubbing stuff for pots is. But it was on there. It was meant for walking on an inclined roof that had asphalt shingles. You don't slide. And when they get worn out, they peel them off and put on a new one. I mean, I don't want that job, but those were pretty cool work shoes. And so God has these work boots, and he slides out and he says, well, you are going to be the provider for your family. We go back to Scripture, and we think about the way that the world was prior to Genesis chapter 3 and the so-called fall of Adam and Eve, fall of man. And that is that God had created the world. He had created as a perfect system. I won't say that it was self-sufficient, because God was basically the one that sustained it, but Adam and Eve didn't have a responsibility. In fact, one translation describes Adam's responsibility as being the overseer. Some modern versions say gardener. But when we think of a gardener, we think of somebody that tills up the soil. They plant the seed, they water, they fertilize, they tie up the plants, they weed out that. That's what, in other words, if you've ever had a garden, it's work. Well, Adam didn't have work. Basically, his job to get up every morning was to look at all the grand things that God had given him and decide, what am I going to do with this? What do I want to do today? But when Adam ate of the tree that had been forbidden, the world changed. Paraphrasing, God says, listen, it's not going to happen that way anymore. You're going to have to work for your food. The ground will not, without your efforts, just give you a crop. One translation says, by your sweat will it give up its crop. And so, on Monday, for those of you who are still working, a regular full-time job, when the alarm goes off, don't be mad at the alarm clock. You're the one that set it, right? Don't be mad at your boss because he or she required you to be there at that time. Be mad at Adam. Be mad at Adam, right? Because when the world changed, so did the responsibility of Adam, the man, the husband and father, you and I. It changed. We became the provider, or at least the primary provider, for our family. Now, I'm not saying that a wife can never work, that she can never provide financially for her family. But it is, as 3 different presidents had on their desk, the buck stops here. Well, for us as men, God says that's your primary responsibility, to provide for your family. Now, you can't tell it just by looking at me, but I'm not always, or have not always been, the best provider of my family. I remember when Tami and I got married, Tami had just bought a brand new car, a Chevy Chevette. Not really fair to call it a car, but it was, and it was brand new, and she was paying on it. And because of its economical gas mileage, I used it to commute. And so one day I came out at the end of the day, or maybe it was at lunchtime, because I remember going back to work, but I came out and somebody stole the Chevette. So I called the police and I said, somebody stole my car, and they said make and model. I said Chevy Chevette. He laughed a little bit. I said, it is a car and it's stolen. He said, all right, name and license plate. And I gave him, he goes, your car hasn't been stolen. I said, my car has been stolen. It's not that big of a parking lot. He goes, your car is repossessed. Apparently, monthly payments meant every month. We were just in that phase of life where we often robbed Peter to pay Paul, and, well, we had run out of apostles, okay? It was a tough time. We got the Chevy Chevette back. You can consider if that's a blessing or a curse, but we got it back. But the point is this: I'm not always the best provider. Tami's more the saver in our family, and I'm more the spender. Tami's a little more about, let's think about it before we buy. I'm the like, why? I don't know if you ever seen one of these Carvana car vending machines. Every time I drive by, I'm like, I just want to put over and see how many quarters it takes to get one. I want one, you know? Tami says there's a little bit more to it. So I would simply like to say, God, Tami's a better provider than I am. She would be better. Again, I'm not saying that a wife can't. In fact, I'm not even saying that in a household you can't have one of those Mr. Moms where the wife, because of her education or perhaps because of an opportunity or because of the overall economic situation in a community, that she has a job that pays the majority of the bills. Don't mistake that for being all of a sudden it's now her job. But it's not just about bringing home the financial for the financial needs of the family. You are to be the provider for your family. You're to provide all of those things that are necessary. It's not just the physical things of house and car and clothing and food and vacation and those other necessities like a boat and a gun and all those kinds of things. It's about being the emotional support, providing the companionship, providing the partnership if there are children in all of that. It's a big job. They are big shoes. And work boots are not always fun to wear, even though they're necessary. And I'd like to just kind of push them back and go, not for me, God. But God slides them out there and he says, you're to be the spiritual head of your family. You're also to be the provider for your family. And because I'm a guy, right? 1 foot in the dress shoe, 1 foot in the work boot, and off to work I go. And God says, but wait. He says, I have these, and he slides out a pair of combat boots, and he says, you're to be the you're to be the protector of your family as well. When we think about this idea of protection, I think we have a very masculine man view of it. I know what you're thinking, Wayne. That's easy for you to say because you are the physical specimen that you are. But I've not always been the lean, clean fighting machine that stands before you, which means I have always been in dire straits in that department. But we all know it, right? You've had the nudge in the night. I heard something, right? Somebody's trying to get into the house, get into the apartment. Tami and I were living in what I referred to affectionately as the prison apartment. I called it that way because it was a square brick building. It seemed like the windows were just small, barely letting the light in, but you couldn't look out. And I'm positive that we had inmates living on either side of us, okay? It was so small, they called it a 2-bedroom, but one of the bedrooms had a toilet in it. That's what I'm saying. It was a small bedroom. So we're there, and Tami nudges me in the night, and she goes, somebody's trying to get into the apartment. I said, I locked the door, and I even put the chain in. She goes, no, they're in the apartment. I said, honey, I can literally from our bed look through what they called a hallway and see the door. There's nobody here. She goes, oh, there is. I said, we're on the 3rd floor. There's no way to access. We don't have any valuable. There's nothing worth stealing. But you know I'm not going back to sleep till what? I got to get up and check it. I reach under the bed for my courage. That flashlight with 12 batteries, right? I start shining it around the apartment, and I start saying something like, I don't know who you are or how you got in here, but it'd be best you go out the way you came in before you have to deal with me, thinking in my head, oh, I hope there's nobody in the apartment because all I have is a flashlight, right? That's the protector. Why me? In fact, we have a rule at my house. My wife can be very vocal if needs be, and I said, please don't get me beat up. Don't start something that I have to finish with somebody. Don't make somebody mad because I'm going to have to step in there and simply put, I'm not the protector. But it's not just about the protection from the adversary. When the Apostle Peter is writing within context about the submission of citizens to the government and slaves to master, he laps over into the next chapter and he talks about the role of a wife being submissive. And as you go down in that chapter, we hear or we see a very familiar expression, and that is the wife as the weaker vessel. You know that expression? We're to protect her because she is the weaker vessel. Now, I'm not making a comment about any woman. I'm just saying not all of them are fragile and frail, right? And that's our perspective that they're fragile and frail, they're weaker, and they need us. I'll just tell you right now, I could take any one of you right now out into the parking lot and take a whooping from you. I got practice. But you don't want to tangle with Tami. Get between her and her cubs, her kids or grandkids. They'll not find the body. That's all I'm saying, okay? But really, Peter wasn't saying that she's fragile and frail. He was saying she is precious. In Denver, where Tami and I live, they have a premier art museum, one of the premier art museums in the United States. And in one of the exhibit halls, they have this pedestal. And on this pedestal, there is this ceramic vase. They call it a vase. And it's glassed. It got glass case around it, an alarm. And there's a big burly guard that stands near it watching that nobody fiddles with it. Now, if you were to get past the guard, past the alarm, past the glass, up to that ceramic vessel, and knock it off the pedestal onto the marble floor, what do you think would happen to it? But guys, the questions get harder as the day goes on. I'd jump in now, right? It breaks, right? It's ceramic, it's porcelain or whatever it's made of. It will break. It's fragile, it's frail. Now, at the same time, in Oklahoma, at what we affectionately refer to as the Walmart, around February, they put out all of these vases, okay? And if you were to walk by one of those vases and knock it off the shelf onto the floor, what happens? Don't say bounce. I know you're thinking it, but they don't. What happens? They break. They're fragile and frail. What Peter is saying is this. He said, your wife is a vase, not a vase. She is worth being set up on a pedestal. She is worth being admired. She is worth being protected. She is valuable. And so when God talks about being protectors, he's not just talking about willing to die for our wife, but being willing to live for her, right? Because sometimes taking a bullet is easier than the day-to-day servanthood that should be demonstrated by a husband to his wife. You may find this hard to swallow, but it's a pill that we all must, and that is the fact that our role in the marriage, listen, is to serve our wife, not vice versa. Now, Tami's telling the wife, your job to serve your husband, not vice versa. And you're going, well, who's going to be the servant? And the answer is yes, both of you. That's what love is, expressed in the sacrificial, choosing attitude of seeking the well-being of someone else. And so what we have is this, but here's what happens far too often and most unfortunately, and that is that the person who has been given the charge of being the protector of the family is the person who often our wife needs the most protection from. And I'm not just talking about in cases of physical spousal abuse. I'm talking about when she is not revered, when she is not prized, when she is attacked by, of all people, the person who was given the charge to protect her. When we speak with hostile words or hostile attitudes, when we become the enemy instead of the one who is to be looking outward for all the other enemies. Or we allow the children to have their way with her. I'll never forget this. Of all the parenting that my father did, my father was a great dad. He's a godly man. He wasn't without his flaws. But I remember I was about 16 or 17. My mom and I had a verbal interaction in which I expressed in no uncertain terms about how ignorant I thought she was and her approach to a particular situation. My sweet godly mother kind of let me let it all out, and I went about my business until my dad got home. And my dad walked into my room, and I just kind of stood up and looked around. And any of you watch any of those Marvel movies with Iron Man? Iron Man has this power of being able to direct all this energy through this pod in his hand and just well, my dad developed that long before Iron Man ever had it. My dad didn't touch me, but he resonated an energy that made me back to the corner, and I grew little feet on my backside as I tried to climb up that wall and out of it. And he walked up to me. He didn't yell. He didn't scream. He didn't lift a hand. I wished he had, because I'd like to have had him knock me out before what he was about to say. He looked me square in the eye, not father to son, not Emmett to Wayne, but man to man, and he said this: if you ever speak to my wife again that way, you're out of here. Now, I knew that she was his wife and he was her husband, and I probably at some time had heard him refer to her that way, but I don't ever remember him ever making it this way. There's us and there's you, and making a more lighthearted approach, the old Bill Cosby, I can take you out and make another one that looks just like you, right? And that was the point. You're not going to, you were partners before your parents, and it's going to stay a partnership. And my dad made it quite clear on that day is, listen, there is no relationship save the one that I have with God through Jesus Christ on this earth that's more important than that relationship. Don't mess with my prize. I don't mean my trophy. I don't mean something for me just to say, oh man, look how wonderful it is. But the thing that I have been charged to protect, don't mess with it. So I go, I don't think that's a, and by the way, that protection isn't just the physical. It's the old, the vacuum cleaner is broken. I've had a flat on the tire, a car. In fact, Tami, not exaggerating, not an illustration for preachers, in 1 month called me 3 times at the office to come and change a tire because she had had a flat tire. 3 flat tires on 4 tires in 1 month. I remember telling her, honey, it is taking everything I got just to keep these 4 bald tires on this car. Probably the reason she was having all those flats. Why me? You're the protector. I get home from work. I'm tired. I set my stuff down. She goes, one of the kids has stuck a Lincoln log in the toilet, and I can't get it to go up or down. At least I think it's a Lincoln log. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Why me? Because you're the protector. You are that knight in shining armor. You are her rescuer. You are her, in that regard, her savior. So, one in the dress shoe, one in the work boots. I sling those combat boots over my shoulder like a continental soldier, and off I march. And God, like an infomercial host, says, but wait, there's more. You have got to be kidding. And God slides out what I believe are the biggest and the most hardest to fill shoes of all. In fact, so big that I couldn't find a true analogy. Because God says you are to be the friend, the lover, and the companion to your spouse. I mean, I thought about, somebody says, like house slippers, comfortable. You come home and you take off your shoes and your wife comes out and brings you the paper and your slippers. I'm like, no, I think you got that turned around. Or how about flip-flops? You go to the Gulf, down to the beach, and you're all out there. And it's like on vacation. I said, Then somebody came up and he says, I've got it. He says, it's when you're in harmony together, step by step. They're dance shoes. And I went, you're going to tell a bunch of church folks at a church event that we all should have a set of dance shoes? I'm not going to go there. So let's just leave it as maybe this speaks greatly to a part of our marriage where we typically don't have shoes on at all. Okay? We are the friend, we are the lover, we are the companion. And the reason I say these are the most difficult of all the shoes is when you think about it, being the spiritual head, even though they're big shoes and it's hard, it's a leadership, right? Man thing. I'm the head. I'm at the helm. Even if I don't know where this boat's going, I'm driving, right? Or you go, you're to be the provider. Hunter, gatherer. Again, very masculine. Even if we can't do it, we like the thought of it. It's like when I go hunting, you know what they call that? Worthless. That's what they call it. Nobody's afraid when I go hunting, except everybody I'm with as I'm wheeling my gun around, okay? Or we go, You're to be the protector. And we're like, yeah, I'm her muscle man, right? I'm the one that's going to defend her. But friend, lover, companion, those aren't very manly things. And so we look at it and we're given this imagery. In fact, we're not just given the imagery, we're given instruction that we are to love our wife the way that Christ loved his bride, the church. Right? In fact, it means in the same way, just like. And as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't mean that we're being called to die for our wife, but we're to be willing to give our all for our wife. If we have to die, then die. If we have to live, then live. Live for her. And so God slides out whatever those shoes are, and I go, I just don't think I can do it. And like many men then look at that and go, not only can't I do it, I'm not going to do it. I quit. And they walk away because the shoes, simply put, are too big to fill. And so we find ourselves in places maybe we don't confess to our friends, we don't talk about at parties, that we can't do it. I don't have all the answers. I don't have the strength. I don't think I can do that. Because we have a closet full of these enormous shoes and we can't fill them. And so we do things to try to make up for it. Now, I mentioned about having a size 6.5 shoe. It turns out that it came with the rest of the body. Meaning, my junior year of high school, I went in at a rip-roaring height of 4'11". I'll just tell you right now, the girls in high school are not particularly interested in 4'11". Now, they will stop and go, well, look how cute he is, okay? But they're not interested. And I knew that I needed to be man height. So I went home to where I built model rockets, and I took a piece of balsa wood and I cut it, and I'll admit it, I'll confess it, I made 2 lifts to go in my shoes. And when I put them in my shoes, I became 5 foot 1/8 inch tall. At least I was in the man heights, right? 5 foot plus. The next day at school, I could have been 7 foot and not felt taller than I did that day because I had what I needed. And that's what we look for. And so what we think is that we can fill our shoes with other stuff and we'll fill it, right? Well, if I'm this, or if I'm this, or I do that, and then I'll fill it, but we find ourselves going, it's empty. It's empty. So we throw up our hands, and whether we give up, meaning we walk away, or we just give in and we say we can't. For a long time, early on in our seminars, I indicated to people, I said, or to guys, I said, but you got to do it anyway. It was kind of the old, buck up, do what you got to do. And then I had a friend, and he says, you need to go back to Ephesians chapter 5. He says, you missed it. That's the wives be in subjection to your husband, and husbands love your wife, and do so just like Christ loved the church. He goes, back up there to verse 18. And I went, verse 18? I said, no. I said, that's another context, another subject. That's, don't be drunk with wine, as the one old translation puts it. That's a dissipation, right? But be filled with the Spirit. Goes, there's your answer. I went, what? Start drinking? What's your point? I don't get it. And he said this. He said, you're trying to fill the shoes by yourself, and you were never intended to fill the shoes by yourself. He said, this idea of being filled with God's Spirit, not some ethereal, not some mystical, magical, miraculous kind of thing. He said, God is there to help you fill those shoes if you'll let him. And I go, how is God going to fill my shoes to be the spiritual leader? And he said, he's going to lead you. And when you follow him, they follow you, and you take the credit for being the spiritual leader. I said, okay, that's great, but that's in regards to the spiritual things. He wants me to be the provider. Is he going to pay the rent or the utilities at the end of the month? And God responds, it's all mine, right? You know that I never run out, and even if I did run out, I can speak to nothing and make something out of it. I mean, do you really think that there's anything that I can't give you? I said, okay, fine. But how about protector? What about the bumps in the night? He said, you know, you only have two enemies, sin and death, and I've whooped them both. Yeah, but what about if my family dies? He goes, if they're safe and secure in me, they don't die. You keep thinking in this plane instead of this plane. And I said, okay, you're going to make me the world's greatest friend, lover, and companion? He goes, that's the easiest of all. And the reason why is because my son was the greatest lover of the world there has ever been. Be like him. So all of a sudden, what happens? All of a sudden, we find that God is helping us fill that. And as a reminder of that, here's what he did. He gave us that woman, our bride, our wife, as a helper, as a completer, as one who does what needs to be done to help us accomplish what we need to do. We'll talk more about that. We talk about the role of the wife. So God says, you have me to help fill this void in these shoes that I've given you. Simply put, God doesn't ask us to do something we can't do. Otherwise, God doesn't ask us to do it. God has never asked us to do something that we can't do. So the shoes, though they seem too big to fill, God says, because you're trying to fill them on your own ability, and you and I both know you can't do it, but you can do it with me. And I think it is so very important that we understand that, because simply put, I think that every wife, even in a good marriage, is actually in love with somebody else. That they're in love, some of them, with the man that we pretended to be. You know, the guy that she first fell for, the one that she got to know, the one that did sweet things and took her to the movies and out to eat and made over her mother's casserole even though it was terrible. The guy that lived all those kinds of things to try to gain her affection and her attention. And then he said, will you marry me? And she goes, of course, because I'm in love with that guy. Or maybe it is that she's in love with the guy that we promised we would be. You know, that guy, day of the wedding, love, honor, cherish, sickness, health, rich, poor, good times, bad times, keeping ourselves from all others only for you. I promise to stay committed. And the preacher at times looked over and said, do you take this man? And she said, even though he said it with kind of like, are you sure? I know this guy. She goes, did you just hear what he promised? Of course I do. And so she falls for that guy, or maybe it's the guy that she believes we have the potential to be. Tami said she first found me interesting, alluring, attractive when I made a presentation on a Wednesday night that I simply call now Butchering Psalm 23, because that's how that presentation is. I have the cassette tape to prove it. It was horrible. I was 20 years of age. I was about 124 pounds and not near as good looking as I am right now. And Tami said, I looked up and you were speaking that night, and I leaned over to a friend and I said, I could marry a guy like that. Now, Tami had to wait 16 years before I walked in one day and I said, I am tired of the mechanical contracting business. I always have felt drawn to, if you will, called to being in ministry. And I think I'm going to quit my job as an instructor at the Bear Valley Bible Institute and enroll as a student of the Bear Valley Bible Institute. Hard to go to sleep as a heating and air conditioning guy on a Saturday night and wake up on Sunday morning going, hey, I'm the preacher. So I use that as a period transition. She goes, great. I've been waiting all this time for you to come to the conclusion that I already knew. I knew what your potential was. I saw it in you. I am being patient till you reach your fullest potential, and I still think your fullest potential is yet to come. So I'm sticking with you. She loves the man that we are becoming. Or maybe it is that she simply is in love with the man that we're instructed by God to be. the man that we're supposed to be, the man that we must be, the man that we can be if we'll let God help us be that. And so I think it's only fair and deserving that she gets those guys. The one that showed her love, the one that promised her love, the one that's growing in a positive way, the one that has an objective far bigger than simply just being the best me that I can be, but being the best me that I can be with God's help. So, like I said, I don't want you to leave going, man, I'm a terrible husband. I want you to leave relieved. I thought I had to do this all by myself. But instead, you have God and you have a spouse. We're going to take a 15-minute break here. Let you stretch. Don't go too far out. There's a busy street out there, kids. They'll run right over you. But take a break here. Ladies, you can come on in. We're all done. And get yourself a drink. And at the top of the hour, 11 o'clock, we'll all be right back in here for another session together. Thanks, everybody. All right, everybody, if you'll find your seat, we're going to get started. We want to keep on pace, but I had somebody ask me a pretty important question, and I wanted to make sure that I made the answer really clear. 12:30. Lunch is at 12:30. Somebody asked, when is lunch? We're going to do a quick little exercise here. Here's what we want to do is I want to know who here has been married the longest. Now, let me just tell you, I got to put a little qualifier on this because I always get somebody comes up and goes, well, I was married to my first wife for 44 years, and then she died of cancer, and I was single for 5 years, and I've met another woman. We've been married for 3 years, and they want to add all of that up, okay? So I'm going to have to qualify it this way. You have been married the longest to each other continuously. And I don't care if it's happy or not, but you have been married, okay? Anybody here more than 50 years? We have any 50? Okay. How many? Boy. Now, hey, by the way, gentlemen, I want you to see a veteran, okay? We have no idea if he's been married 38 or 58, but he says it with great confidence. It's 58. Just like I tell preachers, I said, when you come to some Bible name, just say it like you know it, like from check the scriptures from Job to Malachi, and everybody goes, oh, that's how you say it, So, okay, 58. Anybody got 58 beaten? No, it feels like 58. Tammy raised her hand. Listen, this is like a livestock auction. You move and you just bought the burros. Okay, they're all yours. Okay, 58. So here are your very own his and her shoes. Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's okay. That's good. Okay, we're going to go the other way now, and I want to know who has been married the least amount of time, and it does have to be happily. Okay, I want to know who. Anybody here less than how long? Okay, see, you started. I just made it. You started with and you have two moves. Okay, the first one is, and you say it 58, or you go and wait for her to do it. Okay, but how long? Oh, he was counting the months. I didn't know that. That's pretty good. Anybody got 1 year, 4 months beat? Wait, how long? Wait, all the way to that. How long? What are you doing back there? What he means is it has felt like a year. It's the best I could do on short notice. Okay. Well, here you are. Here's your brand new white and shiny his shoes, her shoes. Okay. I will tell you, this is always dangerous, and here's why. I had a few years ago. There you go, guys. Oh, by the way, I think they don't know what's coming, so let's go ahead and give them. It's like that time I went to a rodeo. The announcer said, let's give that cowboy a round of applause because that's all he's taken home this weekend, okay? So, one time we were doing that, and I said, who's been married here the least amount of time? And I see this woman and an older woman, and the older woman is nudging her. And I'm going, okay, waiting. Finally, she raises her hand, and I said, how long? And I don't remember. I think it was less than a year and a half. And I said, oh, well, congratulations. She goes, my husband died. And I'm standing here with these two shoes. It's a lady by the name of Becky Willis who's going to be on our True Ministry Conference. But it's one of those, I'm always hesitant. I'm like, you're married to each other. You're both here. So anyway, that got through. For those of you that felt you didn't get anything, I have put on the back table, there are some just regular stickers back there, but also some of these window or bumper decals that say Soulmates. It's kind of a funny story. Tammy and I next month will have our book will be released from Kyle Publications, and it's called Soulmates. And when I suggested that, it was supposed to be kind of a play off of the his shoes, her shoes. So when I told it to Tammy, it was also a play off of, SOUL, Soulmates. And Tammy goes, I think it's dumb. It's not very good. Nobody's going to make that connection. So we kind of let it go because of the fact that we didn't want a divorce. And so anyway, we kept working. Then we got close, and I said, man, listen, Kyle's getting ready to start putting the cover together. We need to know about that. I said, I'd like to make one more pitch for Soulmates. And she says, I just think it's a stretch. I know it's clever and all that. And I said, yeah, but you're my soulmate, my one and only. And I never wow her, but she was mind blown. She goes, I had never thought as in soul singular. She had only thought soul as in shoes. And so the book, much to her dislike, is entitled Soulmate. So if you'd like one of those stickers, those are located in the back. And while I'm doing commercials, I'll do one last commercial, and then we'll get into what I wanted to share before our next break and breakout session. 2 years ago ish, because I lost to 2020, which has thrown off my entire internal calendar, Tami and I hosted our very first marriage seminar at sea cruise. Great time as we went to the Western Caribbean aboard a Carnival. And then last year, we were supposed to have a cruise. Now, I don't know if you know this, but in 2020, cruises were not the place to be. And so we had to cancel that cruise. But we have partnered with Trey and Lee Morgan of Stronger Marriages. Trey and Lee work and worship with the congregation in Childress, Texas. They also do a similar ministry for marriage and parenting and families. We're partnering together, and we are going on another cruise scheduled for the latter part of January in 2021, 2022. I told you I lost a day. 2022, and we still have a few rooms left. Currently, we have, I think, about 75 couples that have signed up for that cruise. Let me just tell you what Mexico is like in January. No snow, no ice, lots of ocean and sand, and 75 other couples who have the same mindset. A great encouragement. I put some flyers back there. It has all the information. You can reserve your space for $200. It's fully refundable before the end of October. So all those details, Christy Connor, who is our travel consultant, can get you all that details. But we want to give you an opportunity if that's something you think would benefit. Donnie's already told me, he says, I'm coming today to get it for free. Well, I do magic on the cruise. So, no, I don't do magic, but we'd love to have you on it. So, we're talking about marriages, and here's what we find out, and that is the fact that sometimes, well, shoes don't always fit quite right? I mean, you buy a pair of shoes and you try them on at the store and you think, hey, that's great. And what are we, in fact, ladies, what are some of the reasons that you buy shoes? Just shout out a couple of ideas. Okay, wore out, very practical. Comfort, right? We get where we like, Tami came up one time, she goes, what do you think of these shoes? I said, ugliest shoes I've ever seen. And she goes, oh, but they're so comfortable, What else? Oh, come on, ladies. We already know the answer. We're just waiting for you to. They're cute. Of course they are, right? I just have to have them. Or to finish the ensemble. Tami goes, these are just the shoes that I need for that person dress I'm going to buy, right? It's just the way it works out. I haven't heard the number one yet. On sale. They're on clearance, right? Guys typically buy shoes for only two reasons. They are either because they have to have them for, I say for something, but you all have cowboy boots and few of you are cowboys, but they're for that, or the old ones wear out and your wife says, don't bring them back into the house. So, but sometimes we pick our spouse the same way. We pick our spouse out of functionality. I need a spouse, right? I need a companion. I need a father for children, because it's always good to have somebody in that relationship. Or maybe it is that we find comfortable. We just worked out together. I mean, it was just a perfect match. It's so comfortable. And as we go along, as Tami puts comfort, she goes, oh no, I would never get rid of Wayne. I don't want to train another one. I think that's comfortable there. Or maybe it is that we do so because they finish the ensemble, right? One man, one woman, one lifetime. Look, we're great. Or even on sale. Any of you ever get your spouse because they were cheap? No, that's not what I meant to say. But it didn't cost too much, right? No. It worked out just great. But the thing is, you can have ladies, you can have a closet full of shoes, but you can't have a closet full of husbands. In fact, you shouldn't have a closet full of husbands. And I know what you're thinking. I don't want a closet full of husbands. But finding that fit doesn't always work. How many of you ladies have a pair of shoes right now in your closet you've never worn or only worn once? Raise it up high, honey. Make everybody feel good. Yeah, I can't figure that out. So the point is this: how do we find our fit? I'm going to give you 5 suggestions on how to find your marriage fit. And I think these apply whether you are new to marriage or you have been married a long time. Either by way of reminder or by way of foundation. If your marriage is good, I think these things are valuable. I think if your marriage is struggling, these are some principles that will at least be part of an effective plan to find your way out of those problems and something much better. The first one is, and I'll just say right now, this is the most important. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, if you don't remember anything from the day, this is the thing to remember. And that is, and it's not because I'm a preacher and this is in a church building and church is hosting and sponsoring this event, but it's this: a God-first, God-centered marriage. There is nothing that you can do for a marriage that is more important, no matter how long it's been, no matter its status, than a God-first, God-centered marriage. Now, that means in some people's minds, well, I'm a Christian, my spouse is a Christian, we read our Bibles, we go to church, we both believe in God, we both follow Jesus, we try to be good people, and so we have a God-first, God-centered marriage. That's not always, or I should say, that's not all that having a God-first, God-centered marriage is. A God-first, God-centered marriage is a marriage that's according to God's design and that follows after God's instruction and leads towards God's purpose for that marriage. Let me see if I can't break those down. On the one hand, God sets a plan for marriage. One man, one woman, one lifetime. That is God's intended plan. Now, I understand there are things that can interfere with that. There can be the death of a spouse. There can be unfaithfulness on the part of a spouse that is not repented of. There could be some things, but that's God's design. One man, one woman for one lifetime. When you begin to change the ingredients, you begin to change. I mean, we hear everybody talking about so-called alternative lifestyles, and we boiled it down to the Bible says Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, and we kind of walk away from that having made our statement. But simply put, it's this way. God designed it to work a certain way. In fact, it is my biggest problem, really beyond the spiritual aspect, with those so-called alternative lifestyles, is those species eventually will die, because species that don't reproduce die, right? That's what happens. But let's think of it this way, a little more practically, at least for the guys, and that's this. I would suspect that you have something in your garage toolbox that wasn't really a tool. My dad's was a butter knife that had the end burned off of it. In a pinch, my dad had taken the butter knife and used it as he was trying to fix the motor on the washing machine, and he touched across the contacts and he burnt the end off of it. Whenever we had guests, only 7 people at our house got butter because that one was missing. And to the day he died, that butter knife was in his toolbox. Now, a butter knife makes a great screwdriver, but do you know what makes a really great screwdriver? Yeah. Why is it that the ladies always answer that? And the men who should have quickly said, well, I'll tell you what, you need a 7-inch ganglion wrench for that. I mean, you should have known all that stuff, but you're right. So when you take the pieces and you change them around, it never functions the way that it's supposed to. And so you need that one man, that one woman with the intended one lifetime. But here's where things go awry. We have a tendency to put them together the way that we want them put together. Ladies, you might not know this. We were joking a little earlier about what is a map, because we don't need a map. We're not lost. But we pride ourselves as men being able to assemble Junior's bicycle on Christmas Eve and having leftover parts. And the wife sees all the parts and she goes, do I need to read the instructions? No, I got it. In fact, the reason that we have garages, that's where we put the leftover parts, right? They're there for future. But we like the fact that we did it without the instructions. We like that we were able to do it on our own. We put it together the way that we feel, and then all of a sudden our marriage is coming down the hill, screaming at 30 miles an hour. We go to apply the brakes, and all of a sudden we go, that's what that bolt was for, right? So here's what happens. We get the one man, one woman, right? We get to the wedding. There's a bride, there's a groom, there's a husband, there's a wife. But then we decide we're going to do marriage the way that it works best for us. And we'll go, well, I know that's what it says in Scripture, but that doesn't work for us. Or you don't understand, in our family, and Tami and I have observed what we just simply, in a general term, call family or marital dysfunctions. And for the longest time, it was like, they just, they put their cups on the bottom, not on the top of the dishwasher. That's the way they do it. We're not here to tell them that's wrong. But the truth is, we begin to see a pattern of those dysfunctions are because they're trying to put it together not the way it is on the box, not the way it is in the instruction. God gives us his word as here's what the parts are and how they go together. And that's seen especially in why we get married. We get married for lots of reasons. We get married for companionship, for financial reasons, for what we think is love, for children. We could be, in fact, one of the ways I describe it is we can be joined by a lot of things. You see couples that struggle, that go, well, we're sticking together until the kids leave, right? They were never becoming one flesh as God had desired. They just became joined. We were connected, okay? I was connected by what I thought was love that was lust. We were connected by kids. And all those things do serve as connectors, but at some point in time, there's supposed to be this meshing. But sometimes people say, well, this is what I want from marriage. I don't want to jump to the end of our day, but it's like this. Here's your favorite chocolate cake, guys. But don't worry, I'm going to get on the ladies' case here a little bit later. But here's this chocolate cake, your favorite chocolate cake. And you go in and you're about to cut it, and your wife goes, that's for the potluck at church tomorrow. You don't want to wait then. So what you decide to do is by helping her, by going ahead and cutting it for tomorrow. And then sliding a little piece out and then rearranging the pieces. And then when you go, hey, I cut the cake for you, and she sees all the chocolate in your teeth, she knows that you did more than cut the cake. So if you will, this cake represents our life purpose. You don't know what your life purpose is? I'm going to give this extra. No charge. I'm going to tell you something that a lot of people in our world have no idea, and that is, why am I on this big blue marble spinning out in space? And it's this. You have been created to bring glory to God, period. You're not here because God went, you know what, I'm so lonely out here in the nothingness of eternity. You know what I need? Some thick-headed, stiff-necked, disobedient kids to make me feel loved. God made us, you, me, our marriages, to bring him glory. You cannot go, yeah, I know my life purpose is to bring God glory, but this piece of cake for marriage is for me. If your marriage doesn't have as its end objective bringing glory to God, then guess what? Then you got the wrong direction of your marriage. And when you have the wrong goal for your marriage, it's always going to go the wrong direction, right? So it takes us a realignment of that. Okay, so a God-first, God-centered marriage. Number 2, and that is learn what real love is. Real love is not remembering the anniversaries. Real love isn't elaborate gifts. Real love isn't being romantic. Real love is the nitty-gritty, down and dirty, serving one another. I mentioned to the men just a moment ago that our role in the marriage is to outdo you ladies at serving you. That's what our job is. We are not to be served by you. I don't care how you want to look at headship and submission. It has nothing to do with who serves whom. Paul says it simply to the Ephesians. Submit to one another for the sake of Christ, right? That's what we are to do. That's actually what we're supposed to do in general, but it's especially true in our marriages. That we are there to serve one another, and we have to learn what real love looks like. Preaching friend of mine tells this story. He said there was a man came into their Sunday night assembly. The man was disheveled. His hair was dirty. His face was dirty. He didn't have on any shoes. It was obvious that he was homeless and helpless, and he was panhandling amongst the members in the building for some money. So some of the men of the congregation approached him, and first of all, they said, "We can't have you coming in here panhandling, but we are interested in what's going on in your life and see if there's a way that we can help you." And he says, "We're doing, we do all those things that churches do for benevolent cases. Do you have a copy of your driver's license, Social Security? Have you ever been to any other church? All these kind of things. Would you read this tract? We'd like to baptize you before we go any further." I mean, all those kinds of things we do sometimes. And he says, we're sitting there talking to him, and all of a sudden his hand kind of jolts into the circle, and it's a guy holding a pair of shoes. Man didn't have shoes, give him his shoes. But he said the thing that's so amazing about the story is that the man that was giving the shoes had taken them off of his feet, and he was a man that just a few weeks earlier had come to the church and said, "I don't have any money for shoes. Could you help me with that?" The shoes that they had bought for him, he just had taken off of his feet and given to the man who was in need. Now, that's not a marriage story, but it's the illustration of this kind of love. The sacrificial love that says, I'm not doing it for the glory of sacrificing. I'm not doing it because there's something in it for me. It's all about this particular individual. And I will just tell you, you will find that in time, this kind of love is far more satisfying than the other. Because that fulfilling what I get out of it thing always is dependent upon the next love high, the next thing I get out of it. You're never fully satisfied. But when you have that satisfaction of getting because you are giving, it will long outlast all of the other. And so you need to understand that real love is made up of real sacrifice. Number 3, imitate godly examples. Now, I'm not talking about keeping up with the Joneses, but I'm looking for couples who have a God-first, God-centered marriage that are demonstrating sacrificial love in their marriage, and learn from them, counsel with them, confide in them. Sometimes couples are hesitant to do that. They go, "Oh, no, you don't understand. They got a model couple. They don't know what kind of problems. We got problems of addiction and abuse and unfaithfulness. They would never understand it, only to find out that, oh, yeah, they've had those same kind of issues, but they've worked their way through it." And like I said, it's not about comparing yourself, but it's about saying, this is a great resource. These are people that we can confide in, and they will help us. If 2 is better than 1, then 4 is better than 2, right? And they're there to help you. Now, what that sometimes means is that we impersonate godly examples. When I was a boy, and he's still working in Las Vegas, I think, there was an impressionist by the name of Rich Little. Rich Little, he would put on a big 10-gallon cowboy hat, and he would kind of get this swagger about him, and he'd go, "All right, pilgrims, circle the wagons." And you'd go, "It was John Wayne. Did you see that?" Well, in 1969, I got to meet John Wayne in person, shook his hand, ate a French fry off of his plate, but that's a story for another time. And I will just tell you, I don't think John Wayne ever wore a 10-gallon hat in any cowboy movie. And he did have a noticeable swagger, probably because about the last 10 years of his movie career, he wore a girdle. And any woman who's wore a girdle will tell you that'll give you a swagger, okay? And he most certainly did have a distinctive voice, but here's the thing is Rich Little was not trying to imitate John Wayne. He was trying to impersonate. He was taking some random characteristics that were very familiar, exaggerating them, bringing them all together, and you'd go, I associate that with John Wayne. So here's what we do. That couple's got pet names for one another. We should have pet names. Don't you think so? Honey Bunny? Right? They hold hands all the time. So we pick a few things, and we think because we're going to do those things like that, we're all great, right? Or Maybe it is that we try to be an imposter, right? You've heard this statement probably. I can't believe they're divorcing. They always seemed so happy, right? See, what they'd been doing is pretending that they were the kind of couple that they needed to be. They were putting on a front, they were putting on a facade, but there was no infrastructure. And so, in times, those things collapse in on themselves. I'm talking about imitating, learning from, listening to, confiding in. Find couples that can help you in your situation, whether you're in a good situation or a bad situation. Number 4, and this is really important, and that is fulfill your role in the marriage. We've actually kind of edited that a little bit on some podcasts that we recently did, and that is fulfill your role first. Before you get to about the business of fixing your spouse and telling them what they should do and how they should do it, you need to focus on you first. I remember one of the first counseling sessions after I got into full-time ministry. I was 40, but I was young to full-time ministry, and I had a counseling session with an entire family. Grandma, grandpa, son, daughter, the daughter's 3 kids. Her husband was not in there, and they were at one another's throats. I knew what the problem was, but I wanted to hear them say it. And so I asked this question. I said, I would like you to state the problem that you think has brought you here. And I simply want you to tell me what you have done either to help fix the problem or maybe, if you will, with some introspection. And that is, what have you done maybe that's complicated the problem? I said, this is a safe area. You can do all that. So I turned to the matriarch, Grandma. I said, Grandma, tell us. And she goes, well, my daughter, I went, okay, let me just correct that just a second. I said, state the problem as you know it, and I want to hear how you are contributing to the problem or to the solution. Okay, sorry about that. I said, Grandma, and she goes, my daughter, and I went, okay, wait just a second. Think about it just a little bit. I put you on the spot, didn't mean to. I'll turn over here to Grandpa. Grandpa, I need you to state the problem and tell me what the how you have contributed to the problem or solution. And he goes, well, my son, and I went, I went around the room. Everyone's sentence began with naming someone else. You know what the problem was at their family? Everything that's happening is somebody else's fault. In fact, I'm not very proud of it, but I kind of am. I went back around to Grandma, and she said it again, and I said, if you do it again, you're going to see Jesus today. Because I was like ready to just knock their heads together and let God sort it out. Because they couldn't get past that. So what happens in a marriage is we're all interested in fixing our spouse. They're not this, they're not this, they're not this, they're not this. Instead of stopping and going, and let me maybe sidebar, disclaimer. I'm not saying that every problem in a marriage that both spouses are responsible. For example, just because a husband cheats on his wife doesn't mean that she needs to go, well, if I'd been more loving, if I'd been better cook, if I'd been better at this, he wouldn't have done that. I'm not talking about that. Or a wife who is abused physically by her husband and go, if I wasn't such a bad wife, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact to start by going, am I being the whom I am supposed to be? Sometimes shoes don't fit. Shoes that don't fit or that rub a callus or a blister aren't the problem with the shoe. Sometimes it's the problem with the foot. Most of you don't have the same size feet. Did you know that? In fact, if you buy shoes, you should have them actually measure both feet. You actually may need 2 different. Mine are petite, both sides, so it doesn't matter. But the problem is that you need to decide, how am I going to be the best me I can be first? Learn to be an expert at fulfilling your role before you go to the preacher or to the elder or to some friend and go, oh, my wife needs to, my husband needs to fulfill your role. Number 5, and that is simply that we need to learn again, or maybe for the first time, what commitment really is. Commitment is in fact, I kind of wish that we would change. I was just at a wedding here a couple weeks ago, and the guy that was officiating the wedding actually changed it. I would like to change the I do's in a wedding. I do is an affirmation, I do, sure, yeah, today. But what about tomorrow when I don't, right? I don't feel like it. I don't want to. I don't think they're deserving of it. I do goes out the window, and along with it, the faithfulness, the commitment. So what I would propose is that we change that to I will. I will is a statement not just of affirmation, but it is commitment to say, when I don't feel like it, I will. When I don't want to, I will myself to do it. Why? Because I made that commitment. Lady comes to my office, she sits down, and she says, my husband, I found out, has been viewing pornography. And Jesus said, if your husband gets caught viewing pornography, that he's committed a sin and you can get another husband. Isn't that right? I said, well, Matthew 5's a little deeper than that, but we'll talk about that later. And I ask, and I mean it with great sensitivity, and in no way, shape, or form am I approving his behavior. But I asked this, I said, so what you're asking is, how can you get out of the promise that you made on your wedding day? Remember, the I do was on both sides. In other words, it wasn't I do promise to love, honor, and cherish. I do promise in sickness and health. I do promise in rich and poor. I do promise in good times and bad times, but I don't promise if you get hooked on the porn. Because, see, this relationship is often misunderstood, that when we come into the marriage covenant, that we're into a covenant with one another. We're not. The covenant is a divinely instituted covenant. In other words, God lays the covenant in front of us. It is unalterable. We don't get to make adjustments to it. We either agree to it and we both sign not a covenant with each other. We sign a covenant with God. And so the covenant that we talk about of marriage is not boiled down just to our agreement. Saw the other day, drive along, uncontested divorce, $150. Well, that may make you right. That may settle it with your spouse, but that doesn't settle it with the Almighty, who you have the contract with, right? Think of it this way. Tammy and I just leased a house in Houston. We both have signed it. We are both in a covenant together, but our covenant isn't to each other. Our covenant's to the landlord. The landlord is who we're responsible to. Tammy goes, I'm out. And I go, oh, fine. But guess who's liable to the landlord? Her as well as I. We're both on the lease. And that's what we've done in a far grander and more eternal in its consequence. We're in a covenant. We need to learn what commitment means. Here's why I discourage couples from considering divorce. I believe and I understand that God has a provision for divorce in marriages in his law. Again, I'm not talking about those. And by the way, I'm not even talking about couples that are divorced right now. I'm talking about our concept of what that means. But here's the thing. You ever been on an airplane? Flight attendant comes out to give you that ongoing speech, right? Just want you to know that in the case of a cabin depressurization, a mask will fall down. Please put that over your mouth to muffle the scream. Your seat will become a flotation device. Why didn't we make the whole plane out of that? All those kinds of things. And we don't give it much attention. We're looking to see if they're going to start serving soft drinks again on the plane. Do we get a free snack? Hey, do they have food you can purchase? We don't listen to that until the pilot goes, it looks like we're going to crash. And we're like, whoa. Where did they say that life jacket was? Where's the slide? So here's the way it works. I don't want to get too far outside the camera there. Over here's our divorce hatch, the trap door, the escape out of a marriage, only really, 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 really had to use it. But we will never use it because we love each other. We'll never use it because we're making this promise. We will never, because we are committed to faithfulness to the very end until we wake up one morning in a situation that's not very good, and the captain of our brain goes, looks like this plane's going down, and we're trying to shove ourselves through that escape hatch. It's better to say, as one individual put it, what would you do if there was no way out of this marriage? And you know what the answer is? I guess I'd have to either put up with that or work harder. Then you know what my encourages? Then put up with it and work harder. Don't think about the escape. We need to learn what commitment. Simply put, to be the person of our own word. There was I don't have time to tell the whole story, but a young man that came up with this idea of taking these business cards, and they had printed on them because I said I would. And you wrote on it, like somebody says, would you mow my yard? And you say, I'll mow your yard. You give it to him. It's kind of a promise that says, I will. And then after you do it, he gives the card back as a reminder that you are becoming and you were a person of your word. I think you got to do it literally. But every morning needs to start with me going, I promise I'll be faithful. I promise I will love you. I promise I will, to the best of my ability, provide for you and take care of you. And it's not just because you're beautiful, but it's because what? I said I would. And I want to be a man of my word. I want to be a woman of your word. Commitment and faithfulness cannot be understated when it comes to making a marriage work. Put it this way. When you quit on a marriage, it won't work. Right? So, committing in a marriage moves you closer to making it work. Whether your marriage is in good times, bad times, young times, old times, the best of times or the worst of times, the bottom of the barrel times or the peak of the mountain times, I think these 5 things will help us be everything that we're supposed to be. Now, there's this minute hand on this clock. I don't like to come in and tell anybody, but the minute hand on this clock is really thin, and it looks like the second hand, which means I have a tendency to look up there and go, it's 5 seconds past the hour. So, what's that? You want to look again? It's 11:45. There you go. See, Tammy's got it right. Thank you for supporting me, honey. That made me feel really good. So, we're wrapping up here just a little bit early for this session. So we'll slide and we'll probably get into lunch just a little bit earlier. But here's what I want to suggest. Decide wherever you are in your marriage that you will make it work. Number 2, dedicate and determine that you're going to make it work no matter what. And then rely on that divine help and instruction that says that's how we can make it work. Right? All right? So here's what we're going to do. By this master clock there at 5 minutes till. 5 minutes till. So we're about 5 minutes ahead of where our regular schedule is. We're going to go ahead. What? No, we're not. You have a 7-minute break. Per Tami corrected. Okay. You have a 7-minute break, and at a quarter till, ladies, back down to the classroom. Guys, in here, we have a 45-minute breakout session, and then lunch. Did I get it right that time? I'll just tell you right now, that's why they give you 3 swings at the plate, 2 strikes, and then sit down. Okay? All right. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it. Yes, I actually went 7 over, didn't I? I told you I can't read the little... All right, guys, we'll go ahead. Ooh, wow, it was deadening when deadening. Let me just back just a little bit. I'm not as anxious. I am not as anxious to start as you all are for me to stop because that means it's lunchtime. So, what's it's you know what? You don't have to tell me twice. What is it that saw a little mug? It said if man tells you he'll do something, there's no need to remind him every 6 months about it. He'll do it. When Tammy and I, we wear these orange shoes, and everybody asks, why do you wear them? And it came out of when we decided to name the seminar His Shoes, Her Shoes. I wanted to make sure there wasn't a book or a seminar or something like that. And so I typed it in, and a picture came up of a couple. It was an engagement picture, I think, and they had taken a picture of their feet side by side, and they both were wearing these red Converse tennis shoes. And I told Tammy, I said, you know what? We should get us some. They could kind of be our moniker, right? And we would wear them to the seminars. So we went to the store. Well, here's some things that happened. When I was a boy, you could get Converse or Keds. Those were the two primary shoes. There were some others, PF Flyers and something else, but those are the two. And Converse were cheap, natural canvas colored shoes. They're not anymore. We went in and I see 45, 55, 65, $75 pairs of Converse. And I went, why didn't we call this his flip flop, her flip flop? I would have been cheaper. So we go along, and all of a sudden, we find on clearance a pair of orange. Now, orange happens to be my favorite color, but that wasn't really the reason. The fact was they were $25. And then I also learned that Converse Chuck Taylors don't have men and women. You just buy this shoe, and it's for this size man and this size woman. So Tammy had gone over to the women's to try to find a woman's shoe for $25. So she comes up, she goes, I found one. We got to the check stand and we put them up there. And as you can already imagine, they were the exact same size of shoe because of Tammy's enormous feet. Not so much, right? So it is true, Tammy and I wear the exact same size of shoe. But you know what? We never wear each other's shoes. In fact, our shoes are identical, but I took the first pair that we ever had and I said, I'm putting on the tongue of this one a W for Wayne so you don't end up putting your feet in my stinky shoes. She goes, that's great, but you have written in my shoe. I said, well, that's why I put a W for woman, right? I don't wear her shoes. I don't wear high heels for two reasons. One, her fashion and my fashion are different, and I just don't have the legs for high heels. And if you think about it for just a minute, can you imagine whoever came up with the idea of a high heel shoe? I mean, it's not the shape of a human foot. I mean, unless your middle toe is like really long. They're uncomfortable. They may be pretty, but I wouldn't want to. Can you imagine the week of living in high heel shoes, getting in and out of the pickup truck, climbing a ladder, walking across a roof, going across a yard that's newly been watered in it or heavily watered, across a gravel parking lot? I cannot imagine functioning in a pair of high heel shoes, much less just, standing in them. So it's true that God's given you and I as men, as husbands, a closet full of enormous shoes to fill. He's given our wives a little shoe, a tight shoe, a constraining shoe, and at times an uncomfortable shoe, but I believe also always a beautiful shoe. And it's the shoe that is called submissiveness. So I want to talk a little bit about the shoe that our wife has to wear. And I think when you're done, not only will you go, I'm glad he gave us the big shoes. Those are easier to wear than are what she does. But then you'll have a greater appreciation for the role that she plays in your family. Not just how uncomfortable it is, but how valuable it is, and hopefully even how beautiful it is. Part of the problem that we have with the discussion of submission is that our world has really messed up its definition. They have made it ugly. And then when we speak of it, they say we're being ugly when it is they that have redefined the word. Now, I think it is clear from Scripture. I don't think you can make any case for it, though I have seen some who tried. When God in Genesis chapter 3 and verse 16 looks to Eve and says, your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. The word rule there is the exact same word that would be used of a king that rules over a kingdom. Now, before you take it to mean that you are the Lord of the castle, hold that thought. We're going to clarify. We look at the New Testament. I referenced 1 Timothy chapter 3 just a moment ago. We talked about the wife being submissive to her husband or to her own husband. Titus chapter 2 and verse 3, Paul talks to Titus as he's trying to put some things in order there on Crete. And he says, tell the older women to teach the younger women how to love their husbands and to be submissive. You thought you just came natural that she loved you, right? Well, it means how to love their husband and to be submissive. And then that one that we like to wear like a holster and guns, Ephesians chapter 5, verses 22 and 23, right? Wives, be subject to your husbands, right? We like to draw that one out quick. I've seen all sorts of tap dances in an attempt to put the submissiveness of Scripture into this little teeny pigeonhole that the world has created. And when they say, well, it doesn't fit, well, then that must mean that this is wrong, instead of asking the world, would you like to take a more accurate view of what submission really is? You're the one that made it ugly and then said what God has offered is ugly or inappropriate. It's interesting that the word that we find in the New Testament that is translated submission, the word that is used of a wife being subject to her husband, actually in the first century was not a word that in a general sense was about women at all. Now, they most certainly had a culture in which women were kind of subservient. They were submissive. But the word that is used is actually a military word. I wrote the definition down. Listen carefully. This is not the English definition of submission. This is the definition of the Greek word that is translated submission. It means to yield under, to be controlled by another. It is a Greek military term that means, quote, to arrange as in troop divisions in a military fashion under a command of a leader. And therefore, in a non-military use, it is, listen carefully to this, a voluntary attitude of giving in, cooperating, assuming responsibility, and carrying a burden. That's different than what we normally see the definition of submission in the world. Any of you either currently or previously served in the military? Not a one military. So one of you can lie because everything you know about the military. I will just tell you, every time I make a military illustration, I have somebody, I'll say something like, there's this Marine drill sergeant, and then I'll have some ex-Marine come up and give me that what's your major malfunction kind of look on their face and say, not all drill instructors in the Marines are sergeants. And I go, what about in the Army? He goes, oh, yeah. I go, okay, it was a drill sergeant in the Army. My mistake. But every time I do it, I mean, my idea of 3 up and 3 down is the end of an inning, okay? So every time I do a military illustration, some military, we should be safe today, but here's the way it works. Oversimplifying it, on the one hand, we have the leaders, the commanders, the generals, however that particular rank of officers is. They're here. They're in the war room metaphorically. They're making a strategy. They're making a plan for this military campaign. They understand the objective. Their job is to communicate that objective, provide the necessary resource, necessary instruction for those who are in the field. They're the leaders. Over on this side, then, we have those that are the guys that are the soldiers. They take, for the most part, they take the orders, and then they fulfill those orders in the field. Now, in the absence of that leadership, this band of brothers is going to struggle. Oh, they may have a victory here or there, some hand-to-hand combats, but to have any grand hope of this military campaign reaching the objective when there is no instruction is foolishness, right? Same time, though, they can move pieces all over a map. They can have the greatest military mind. They can have their disposal the greatest military resources. But if there's nobody fighting the fight, if there's nobody who has submitted to that leadership, guess what? It equally can't happen. So, not to tie them exactly the same, but God says, listen, for us to accomplish what the family is to accomplish, there is the male, which I have established as the leader. And I have established the woman as this role that helps to fulfill the whole, because that's what this is. It is two essential and equally essential parts working together in such a way as to fulfill the end objective. In the absence of leadership, this fails. In the absence of her role in this fails. The whole thing fails. And so, as one military guy actually did tell me, he says, this group relies heavily and trusts that this group will faithfully do what needs to be done. They truly do trust them, and this group truly does trust this group to make sure that they will do what their role is the campaign. Maybe to simplify it, a friend of mine in California who was formerly an Apache helicopter pilot and instructor tells me about the rotor assembly of the Apache helicopter. And he says it's all these pieces and parts that integrate with one another, and they're held together by what's called the Jesus pin or the Jesus nut. And it is the fact that this giant nut goes down and holds the whole assembly together, and there's a cotter pin that goes through and is bent over, and that holds the nut from coming off in flight. And he said the reason it's called that because if that pin fails or that nut fails, the next person you see may very well be Jesus, right? And he knows that because he's laid two birds down, one behind enemy lines, killing all the crew and passengers except for him. So he knows what happens when it fails. So if you will, what we have is we have two independent parts in the husband and the wife, designed by God, independently valuable, and yet dependent upon one another. They're independent, but they're interdependent. And they're all held together by this plan that God has that we call marriage. So I want us to think in terms of two essential parts that functioning at their maximum produces the result that the singular wants and desires. In other words, her part is not any more important, any less important, but is in that. To understand that, we've got to start with understanding how God created man and woman. God counsels with himself, Moses writes in the first couple of chapters of Genesis. He says, let us make man in our own image. And the word there is not gender specific. It means male and female. We know that because it says, and he created man, male and female. So it's not male. God created woman in his image the same way he created man. And he gave them, that's male and female, dominion over the world. She has unique attributes that you don't have. You don't understand that? Ask a 4-year-old. He's already figured it out because he takes a bath with his sister. Men and women are different. Ask a married man, and he will tell you they're not only different on the outside, they're different on the inside too, right? They are independently valuable. A man and a husband bring something to the marriage that's independent and unique. It does not mean a woman can't do man things. And for that matter, it doesn't really mean that man can't do woman things. But what it does mean is they weren't designed to do the other's thing. God designed them intellectually, emotionally, physically. God had in mind. When God looked at everything and said, it is very good, he meant it's perfect. Not just perfect as in without flaw, but perfect in that it all works together. So God created you and I as a cog in this machine, and the wife as a cog in machine, and those teeth of those cogs are intended to work together. And so, in the absence of either, the machine, again, not meaning to oversimplify it, fails. I want you to understand the value of a wife. Because the definition that the world gives of submission is this, that submission on the part of a woman means that she's inadequate, that she's inferior, that she's been oppressed, or that she's being controlled. It doesn't mean that. Now, we probably haven't done much service to the whole idea that, well, I am the man, I'm the superhero, I'm the Batman, and she's Robin, right? I'll sit there with the best costume, the best superpowers, I'm the smartest, everything else, and her job is to stand behind me in the shadows of my cape and brush it away as the wind blows, right? I'm Yogi, she's Boo Boo. I don't care what analogy you want, that somehow we are better than her because she takes this role of submissiveness. And there is nothing that could be further from the truth than that. And to illustrate that, I take you to Paul's words to the church in Philippi in Philippians chapter 2. We don't have time to set the entire context, but here's what Paul's talking about. Simply put, thinking about the things of others more than the things of yourself. The word submission doesn't appear there in its actual grammatical form, but the concept most certainly does. Paul says, you know what? You need to be submitting to one another for their sake. And then he turns to the best example of all in verses 5 through 8, and that's Jesus Christ. Paul writes, he, speaking of Jesus, although he existed in the form or the very nature of God, did not regard equality with God a thing to be grasped, but he emptied himself. Now, I have studied, in fact, I was asked to write a commentary on this particular section of Philippians, and I will tell you, I studied it backwards and forwards. I cross-referenced it. I tried to look at the original language, every resource that I can, and I can tell you right now, from that context, I don't know all of what Jesus emptied himself of. I know that he went from the God of heaven, who according to Colossians chapter 2 created everything, sustains everything, did everything for his purpose. I know from Scripture as an overall whole, he'll be the one that judges, he'll be the one that punishes, he'll be the one that rewards. In other words, he is the alpha of all alphas, right? So here he is at the top of everything. There is nothing he is dependent on. There's nothing he answers to. And he went from that state to, at least as the gospel tells it, to the form of the nature and the appearance of a man, but in the form of a baby that couldn't walk, couldn't talk, needed to be changed, needed to be fed, was unable to take care of himself. I do not believe that the infant Jesus, laying in a stable, or even if he wasn't in a stable, popped out of his mom and said, "Hi, I'm Jesus." In other words, he went to the most dependable from being the one who was the least dependable. That's a big step. Something. My dad used to say he chose not to know. And I'm like, how do you choose not to know if you know it? And he says, the same reason you leave the car empty of gas every time you use it. You knew, but you no, different thing. So here's what we have. So I like it at this. You have a king. He rules over a kingdom. He wants to see how the common man lives. He takes off his robe, takes off his crown, lays down his scepter. He puts on the garments of the everyday man, and he walks amongst them. As he does so, he looks like them, and maybe because of his clothes and environment, he smells like them. He behaves like them, parentheses in case of Jesus, except for the sin. But he looks like them, he acts like them, he feels like them, he hurts like them. All of those kinds of things, and he yet is still 100% God and 100% man, which really confuses my son, who's a math teacher. He says you can't be 100% and it be 100%. Well, it may be bad math, but it's good theology. Jesus Christ was both. Now, to the point of all of that in regards to submission. Whatever it was that Jesus did, It did so he could fulfill the eternal plan of God to redeem man back to himself. In other words, he submitted himself for the sake of you and I, that ultimate demonstration of love. But in that, taking that role of submissiveness, giving up, if you will, the glory aspect of being God that he might be mankind, he did all of that and stays 100% God. For when it says, although he existed in the form of God, it's a hard word. It stumbles into the English language. Remember in school, past, present, future tense, we used to talk about all that? Well, this word isn't one of those kind of words. It means that he is continually. In other words, you can't talk about something past in English and say exists, but you can in Greek. It would read literally, although he exists in the form of God, as in it is a continuing. It's that same idea of Exodus chapter 3. Tell Israel, I am the existing one. I am. I don't have a past. I don't have a future. I am. I'm present. So Jesus stays fully God while he's man. You say, well, okay, great. Thank you for that little insight to your commentary. But what does that have to do with marriage? It means this. Jesus was never less than God when he became a man. He was not a lesser. He was not inferior. He was not inadequate when he took a role of submission to the Father to fulfill their plan. In the same way, nor is a wife, when she steps into that role as a wife in a marriage relationship, it's not that she can't. It's not that she's unable to. Because I can just tell you right now, I've already mentioned it. My wife's probably would be a better spiritual leader. She could be a better provider. She may be a better protector, all those kinds of things. This isn't about better. It's about a willingness, as the definition put it, a choice action to surrender to the rule of another. And the other is not you and I as the ultimate rule. It's the submission that she has to God to say, God says, here's your role. And she says, then I'll stand here. I will fulfill that role, not because he's better, but because you are. Because you're the one that I live for. And if you don't think that that's hard, you're not paying much attention. And here's how I know that. If you can get past the gender illustration here, Jesus Christ is the bridegroom of the church, of which I believe all of us are a part. We are his bride. That's sometimes weird because of the masculine, feminine. But the mankind, when we think about that relationship, Jesus is the perfect husband, right? He's done everything for us. He gave himself up for us. He doesn't lash out in unwarranted anger. He is not self-interested and self-fulfilling to our expense. He is the perfect spouse. Meanwhile, there's you and I. We're limping our way through life, figuring it out as we go, and sometimes we do lash out in unwarranted anger, and we don't always do what's best for our spouse. Sometimes we are self-serving. And it is no wonder that our wife finds it a struggle for us to, finds it difficult to be submissive to you and I, because we make a mess of it sometimes. But I find it hard to submit to a perfect Jesus who has done everything right. In other words, it's really, really hard. I'm convinced it is why, though again it's another expression that I think kind of stumbles into English, when God says, your desire shall be for your husband, that it didn't mean, and here's one of the punishments, you're going to love your husband, and I think that's punishment enough. It's not what he said. He said, you're going to want to be the husband. He says, every day you're going to want to wear the pants in the family. I've created you independently valuable. You could, if I gave you the task, you could do everything he could do, parentheses, and maybe do it better. That's not the way I've organized it. But he says, but it will be a challenge every single day that you don't want to take the wheel. I don't know how you feel about your life. I don't like what I was going to take a survey here, but every time I do, I get disappointed. I don't like Tami to drive. Tami's a fine driver. I just don't want her to drive me. Okay. Your wife drives you. That's great. That's the beautiful thing about repentance. You can come to an awareness of what you know. I'm just saying, I don't want Tami to drive me. I get tired in the car and she goes, let me drive. No, 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 no. One time she convinced me. We pulled over the side of the road. It was like she touched the wheel. I went, I'm wide awake. I'll take it from here. You know, I don't want her to drive, and I sure don't want her to drive my life. I like to drive. Okay. And I joke about the fact that she sits in the passenger seat and wants to drive, but I still have the wheel. And it's hard. And if you've ever been in that role where somebody else is driving, even if it's another guy, and you're riding, you're like, watch out for that. Watch out. Oh, slow down. Speed up. Get over. Right? That's how it is for a wife. She has the constant daily challenge because of the way God wired her to not want to be in charge. And you and I don't do her any service by being a terrible driver, right? I am convinced that the greatest influence that is driving women into feminism is not feminists. It's not those individuals who are trying to promote women to a place that God intended them. It's men who aren't holding onto the wheel, who are driving carelessly, recklessly. And as would be the case if we were at the wheel and fell asleep, our wife's first reaction would be to what? Grab the wheel. And that's what we're doing. We're leaving the lives, our marriages, our families driverless. And then we're mad because the wife is going, maybe I should see if I could take the wheel. But you know what we've learned in that? Single parent households that are just a mother fail more than they succeed. Even if it's a wonderful woman, works hard, 2 jobs, is dependable, is spiritual, those families struggle. But you know what we also learn? In families where there is just a father and not a mother, they equally fail. Why? Because there's 2 parts there. I could say that because back in my history, on my mother's side, it's the Phillips family. In a strange turn at that point in time, there was a divorce, and dad got the kids rather than mom. And mom got the land. It just so happened the land had oil under it. And well, you all know about Phillips 66. That's the other side of the family. We got the looks. We just can't seem to find them. Okay, so, but the idea is this. Those weren't meant to be independent. God designed them to work together, and it is really hard. But her role is essential for us. Her role is most valuable. One time we had, I have 5 kids, I mentioned already, and our family vehicle needed to go into the shop. And you don't just get a family of 7 around. And so a friend of mine loaned me his family van. It actually was a 15-passenger ex-church van, and he loaned it to me. And I remember coming into the church parking lot one time in that van, and I didn't know it, but the brake cylinder was leaking. And maybe time has rewritten this, but there was this old woman, old member there, bless her heart. You guys do the bless your heart rule, right? Say anything about anybody as long as you end it with bless your heart. I found out you can also say, with all due respects, she was the slowest old lady I've ever seen. Bless her heart. You kind of sandwich it there. She steps out in front. I apply the brake, and the pedal goes all the way to the floor. And I did what any man does naturally, instinctively, is I just started pumping the brakes. I think if you drive off a cliff, you will pump the brakes till you get to the bottom, knowing that you can get it stopped. And by the way, you'll be right. It will stop eventually. So I'm pumping the brakes. Finally, I build just enough hydraulic pressure. It stops. And as I remember it, it comes to a stop as she turns for the first time, realizing there's a van, and her nose takes the dirt off of the grill of the van. I bent the steering wheel over. Everybody's put their hands into the nog-eyed seats. And I realized It is important for a vehicle to be able to stop. And yet, I'd always thought about vehicles being their most important job is to what? Go, right? You may not have it here in Texas, but we did in Colorado. I used to have a car that told me it wasn't going to start. I'd get in on a cold Colorado morning, I'd turn the key, and it would go, uh-uh, click, 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 click. I'd be so mad. I need a car that goes, I'm an important person. I got places to be. I got things to do, people to see, all that kind of stuff. But you know what? I realized that both are essential for that car to be of any value. Now, it may be that in your family, your wife is the go, 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 and you're like, whoa, Nellie. That's her name's not Nellie. Or it may be that you're the one that's go, 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 go. And she goes, okay, let's just think about that for a moment. But that as a partnership, God says, listen, one of the things that we find ourselves frustrated with is that our wife isn't more like us. And God says, why would you want a car that only goes, a car that only stops, one that's only husband, one that's only wife, one that is only male, one that is only female? He goes, I've given you all of the parts to work together, and the role of the wife is valuable. It's crucial. It is important. As I said, the thing that for me that is so significant is the fact that this is not a reflection. And by the way, Tami's telling the ladies the same thing in the breakouts. In fact, she's telling them right now, our shoes are really big and they're hard to fill. Maybe get off their back a little bit. It's not easy. But she started this morning by saying, listen, here's what submission is. It's not this. Fine. It's not digging your heels in. It's being that cooperative spirit and how important that is. But it's not a reflection of her relationship with you. It is a reflection of her relationship with God. See, that's what submission is. And that's why I think it is so misguided to say, oh, you're inferior because you submit to your husband. No. I am glorified, if you will, because I submit to my God. And that submission requires the submission in our relationship. Not because I'm a lesser. And my job isn't less important. It is equally important. But this relationship is the one that is the most important. See if I can illustrate it this way, maybe taking it away from the marriage context. You're in business, in the corporate world. The board of directors is gathered in one of those big offices on the conference rooms, long oak conference table. Discussion comes up as to which direction the company should go next. And for the most part, all the board thinks we should go this way, but one guy says, I don't agree with that. And so he makes his case. And they begin to discuss it, and they begin to debate it, and there might even be the elevated emotions of that discussion. And finally, they decide to take a vote. And the vote, for the most part, the majority says we're going to go this way. Now, this guy over here has one of three options. Number one is, he goes, you're a bunch of idiots. I want no part of this. I quit. Or the second is that he does this. Fine. But when it fails, don't look at me. I didn't want to do it. Third option is he can say, well, I don't agree with that, but I'm going to default to the wisdom of the whole for the well-being of the whole. And not only will I go along, I'm going to be on the front lines doing everything I can to make this succeed. Do you know what happens in the corporate world when that's the spirit of that board? They thrive. You know what happens, Donnie, in a eldership? When there's some disagreement, they don't have that at Wiley. They always agree on everything because every eldership. But you know what? You get disagreements. We're gonna buy. Are we gonna build? Are we gonna remodel? What are we gonna do? And so the discussion happens, and one or maybe even two of the elders go, you know what? I just don't think that that's the perspective. So they make their case. There's some discussion. There's some debate. Even amongst those spiritual men, maybe emotions run high, and there's some I won't say arguing, but it gets a little tense right there. Finally, they say, you know what? As a whole, we think this is what to do. Now, those one or two other guys, they got a couple of options. You know what they are? I quit. Or I'll go along fine. But when it all fails, don't look at me. Or they can say, you know what? I'm going to default to the wisdom of the group for the well-being of the whole. We're not talking about a matter of sin here. Those things were already decided long before any elders meeting was decided. I'm going to default to the wisdom of the whole for the well-being of the whole. And not only am I going to go along, I'm going to be on the front lines, and I'm going to be saying, what? This is what we're going to do. I'm excited about it, and I'm going to do everything in my power to make it work. You know what happens in churches where that's the perspective of leadership? They thrive. Now let's go back to the marriage. Husband comes in one day and he says, I have got a great career opportunity I think I should take. It's in Cleveland, Ohio. Now, I've been to Cleveland. If you're from Cleveland, that's fine. It's a good place to be from. But I just sat there and he says, that's what we're going to do. And she goes, whoa. I love our kids' school. We just got our house the way we want it. My parents just live down the road. I'm not moving to Cleveland. He tries to explain it to her, and finally, and by the way, you would be foolish not to take the input, the consideration, and even the counsel of your wife. You're not always right. And to give it an honest consideration. But he makes the case and talks about it and finally says, I think I'm going to take the job. She's got three options. Number one, not me. I quit. The kids and I are staying here. Or I'm leaving. You and the kids have a life, okay? Or she says, fine. But don't expect me to get there and be happy. Don't expect me to unpack the boxes, because as soon as you figure out how dumb this is, we'll be moving and I'm not going to do double the work. Or she can say, I'm going to submit to this headship that God has established in our home for the well-being of the whole. And I'm going to be, if you will, on the front lines going, I can't wait. Used to say be an Indian fan, but we got to change that now. What are we now? Something that sounds like Indians but isn't Indians anymore. But I'm ready to go to Cleveland. This is exciting. Kids, you're going to love it. This is going to be great. And you know what happens in marriages where those parties fulfill their role? They flourish. They grow. Yeah, sometimes they have to grow in Cleveland. Sometimes they get to stay where they are. But perhaps the most important thing for us to understand as men is this. God created the world, everything in it, everything around it. He created it for mankind, but he created it such a way that he said it all works together. And then I don't know why, but I picture Adam over here without a stitch of clothes on. He just figured out that this finger fits in this nostril. And God says, it is good. And he looks over at Adam and he goes, not so much. Now, he doesn't mean that man was not created perfectly, but what he meant is, he says, it is not good for man to be alone. He parades the animals, I don't think really so Adam could name them. I only imagine that Adam goes, hippopotamus. I goes, why'd you name it hippopotamus? He goes, looks most like a hippopotamus that's come by, right? I think he's saying, I want you to see there is nothing suitable in the animal kingdom for you. Causes a deep sleep to fall over Adam. He extracts a rib. I think that's why we all love ribs even today. He extracts that rib. He creates a woman, and she becomes his partner, his mate, his wife, using our terminology, right? And God does so in such a way that it might be what it is supposed to be. It completes us. You cannot accomplish fully what God has given you to accomplish if you don't have a woman by your side. Now, before you get on a tangent, that doesn't mean a single guy can't be pleasing to God. Doesn't mean you have to get married if you want to go to heaven. What I'm saying is, for man to reach his full fulfillment of purpose, God has given us a woman to accomplish that. I'll tell you, I went back and looked at one of Tammy's notes because I thought, Tammy could be in there reminding the women there are twice as many women in the earth than there are men. And kind of in one of those Planet of the Apes moments, they take over. Don't tell your wives I just called them Planet of the Apes. But it got one of those kind of moments. And you know what she said about this very thing? She said, the wife is the cushioned insole for her husband. Now, that's not very romantic, and that may not seem very alluring. That is, unless you've ever wore at a seminar a pair of Converse Chuck Taylor All-Stars, because they are, without a doubt, the worst shoes that have ever been made. They are nothing more than a stamped piece of rubber on the bottom. And if you're a man in his 50s plus and you stand all day the first time you wear them on a concrete floor, you will find it hard to walk the next day. Your back will hurt so bad. And so I had to do what I never thought I'd have to do. I had to go to the old man section at Walmart, you know, where they sell the canes, the elbow and knee braces, the corn and bunion pads, and I had to buy a pair of inserts for my shoe. Now, I'm not old, so I didn't do any of those $50 ones. I did the 2 for $3.98 ones. And you know what a difference they made? A world of difference. And so when she calls herself the padded cushion in support, it means a world to me, and that's really what it is. We can't be all that God's called us to be without a wife that is there helping us do that. That's why helpmeet is such a terrible translation. It sounds like she's our servant or a slave. She is the thing that makes it work. She is the fuel. The word really carries with it this idea of something that truly completes something. Inadequate, incomplete we are without our wife, and that makes her beautiful. Now, the whole idea of a shoe being beautiful might be lost to you, but if you're a golfer, it's that helicopter shot over Augusta. You know what I'm talking about? Where you go, wow, I would love to play there. Or if you're a hunter, it's that elk that's just a couple of 100 yards away, turned broadsided, that looks at you, that says, just says, I'm going to just stand here and see if you got the guts to take that shot. Or maybe it is if you're the fisherman, it's that mountain stream high in the Colorado Rockies, and all that there is you and a 24-inch rainbow trout that has been looking for exactly the lure you tied on the end of your fly line. It's that kind of beautiful. So when your wife comes in and sits down next to you, it's okay to say, I love your shoes. Even if they're those ugly gray Crocs she wears all the time. Because they're not the shoes on her feet. They're the shoes of submissiveness that says, I'm submitting to you because of my relationship to him. And those truly are beautiful shoes. And now, paired by beautiful voices. So there we are. Here's what we're going to do is we're going to just go straight on back to where they have the food prepared, and we'll talk about prayers and all those kind of things. Does that work all right for you? I'm sorry, over here. Sorry, I'm flipped again, but over here to the fellowship room. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Take a break and enjoy the next hour visiting with folks, and we'll be back here in about, like I said, about 1:30. All right. As is often the case, we always have some stragglers after lunch. They're still wandering around the chocolate chip cookies. Sometimes I remember we did a seminar in Colorado, and the church didn't have a fellowship room. They had a house across the street that they had kind of made the upstairs into some classroom offices, and the basement, it wasn't large, but had a little kitchen and was kind of their fellowship. Well, they didn't want the women at the breakout session to have to leave and cross the street and go over to the house. So for the breakout session, all the men went over there, but they put us in the basement where all the desserts had been brought in for intended for lunch. I will just say I'm not guaranteeing that all of them made it to lunch, but when it was time for us to go back over to the building, I couldn't get them out of there. I said, you need to put the donuts where the people you want them to be, and that gets them back. So I appreciate you coming back. I hope that you don't, I hope that you got full, but not too full, because there is no greater challenge than talking to people right after lunch, unless it is being me and talking to people in general. It has a similar effect. But I do know that a lot of you may feel very spiritual in the next 30 minutes and prayerful. I'll just say amen, and you know it's time to go. When we talk about marriage, especially to those who are professional marriage counselors, family therapists, and all that, aside from unfaithfulness, which is number one as far as problems that couples might suffer, there are three that constantly make the list. And depending on who you talk to, which one's one, which one's two, which one's three. Anybody want to take a guess what one of those three are? Money, right? Money can be because there is too much money or not enough money. Both of those cause problems. So finances, that's true. What's that? Resentfulness. I like that. I start saying I like that one. I do like that one on occasion, but yeah, it can permeate all those things, right? You said communication. Yeah, communication, same way with money, right? There is sometimes not enough communication, and sometimes there's too much communication, right? Okay, what else? There's a third one. Nobody ever wants to say it in church. That's it. Did you say sex? Yes, because you're wearing a mask and we didn't know that your mouth was moving. That's tricky, but you're right. That is number three. And by the way, for much the same reason as communication and finances, for some there's not enough, and for others there's too much. That's how they see it. I think that communication, or I should say, we think communication is number one, even over unfaithfulness. And here's why. Communication impacts and affects every single marriage. Good communication blesses a marriage. Bad communication hurts a marriage. On top of that, any of those other problems, whether it's resentfulness, sex, kids, all of those, unfaithfulness, all those things are complicated with bad communication. In other words, to work through the problem, it needs to have good communication. And if you think about it, communication has been part of your relationships since day one. Now, it may have started as nonverbal communication. It may have been, as that old song says, the glance across a crowded room, right? When one caught the attention of the other one. Now, I will say, Tami said the first time she saw me, I did catch her attention, but not in a good way. But in time that changed. I appreciate the fact that her eyes get a little worse each year and I look a little more desirable. But the idea is this, that at some point in time, if you'll allow the analogy, someone had to cross the gymnasium floor and say, hello. Make a phone call and say, hey, would you like to go to the movie? Or maybe it was the old, hey, I need you to ask her friend if she thinks I'm cute, right? But there was some kind of communication, and then you began to converse, and you began to decide whether or not you had similar interests and similar likes and how you would work together. And sometimes that communication, we go, you know what, we've had a conversation and we're just not meant for each other. I still like you as a friend, but that's about it. But then You grow in your relationship to a point where there's that all-important communication, right? Will you marry me? Followed by the equally important, I will, right? Then you get to know each other a little bit more. Tami and I said we had a very short courtship, though I don't know if it was courting. You got to have more than 3 dates, I think, for it to be a courtship. But we dated, we got married. I had to call her after I was engaged, after we were engaged, and ask her a very uncomfortable question. I said, "What's your middle name?" I did not know her middle name, and we were engaged to be married within about 6 weeks. So you have those communications, getting to know, and finally, then again, that communication, do you, I do. And then it seems as if communication starts to struggle. The simple communications, like, for example, the wonderful expression, I love you. One of the easiest things to say, even if you don't fully understand what it means or even mean it, it's easy to say. But those get to a point where you go, he knows it. She knows it. We don't have to have those kind of conversations. We now know more about each other than we care to know. We're not going to have those conversations. And so communication struggles. And I would say that of all the people that Tami and I meet and talk to that have shared part of their story, by far, young and old, Christian, non-Christian, men and women, the overall big number one is we struggle to communicate. So I want to take just about 20 minutes here, and I want to share with you some things about communication that I hope will help you. We could have made the entire seminar just on communication and not have by any means exhausted. In fact, in some ways, barely touched the tip of the iceberg. So some of the suggestions I'm going to make may be a little general, but give them a consideration no matter how your relationship or where your relationship is now and what your communication needs are. When we think about communication, we think of it in two ways. We think of good communication and bad communication, right? We know the power of the tongue. Jesus' stepbrother James has some, or half brother James says a lot. Chapter 3 of James talks about it. Like if it were a rudder on a big ship, though it is small in comparison, it can control the whole vessel. That if you could control it, it is like a rider on a massive beast that controls with bit, bridle, and reins that beast by turning its mouth. If you can control the tongue, you can control the whole body. It doesn't mean that that's all you have to control, but that's the hardest, because as Tami, we had an argument one time what the strongest muscle in the human body was, because somebody said it was the heart, because it beats from the day you're born until the day you die. And some people say there's this muscle in the leg. Tami thinks it's the tongue, primarily because I exercise it the most. I don't know if that's the truth, but the idea is that, when we think about that, it's powerful, right? Blessings and cursings can come out of the tongue like a little spark that sets an entire forest on fire. So using the James illustrations, we know that's powerful. I mean, even in our English language, we have grown culturally to take some words and give them a letter rather than the word, because either we feel that they're disrespectful or they're inappropriate. So we just say the something word, right? I always want to say the J word, make everybody go, I don't know the J word. What's the J word? Or somebody goes, oh, I wondered if somebody was going to address that. But anyway, we do that, right? The tongue is powerful. My mom used to tell me, I already mentioned that I was a little guy growing up, and my mom would say things like, sticks and stones will break your bones, but words will never harm you. And my saintly mother is not given to lying, but that was a lie. Because there were times that I'd rather have been punched in the nose, have some of the things said to me and about me that were said, because words are powerful. And so we are foolish to believe that we can be reckless with our language, reckless with our communication, and it not leave things a wreck, right? So typically our approach is we've got to stop the bad language. And by the way, you do. The things that are ugly and the things that are hateful and the things that don't respect, those don't need to be part of your vocabulary, but sometimes they just come out. And I know my mom said if they're not in there, they won't come out. Well, some of them are in there. and they're dying to come out. And at a moment's notice, they might. So rather than simply focusing on getting rid of bad, let me suggest that you go a different route or route, depending on where you live. Okay? And that's this: fill your communication with good language. Here's my thinking behind that. The more language that is good, the less room there is for language that isn't, right? So the things that you think don't need to be said that are good should be said. For example, I love you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Those don't need just to be thought. They don't just need to be understood. Speak them. Say them. I've seen things that say, always kiss me goodnight, and kiss your wife in the morning, and kiss her in the evenings, and kiss her at night. And there's somebody had one that said, just kiss him goodbye. Okay, I don't know what that meant, but I think it was encouraging. So, but there's some other things. For example, and this is a hard illustration for me, I've never had to use it, but like you might say, I was wrong. I don't know if that means anything to some of you. I was wrong once because I thought I was wrong and I really wasn't wrong, so that made me wrong. So I was wrong that time. But sometimes you have to say, I was wrong, right? No, I was wrong. Wrong? I don't know. Two negatives make a positive. It's late in the day. Here we go. Or maybe you need to say, I'm sorry, or I apologize. And by the way, those two are different. Not too long ago, I have propensity to migraine headaches. I said, man, I got a headache. Come on. She goes, I'm sorry. And I said, oh, it's not your fault. She goes, I'm not apologizing for it. I just said, I'm sorry that you have that. So know the difference. You can say, I'm sorry you were offended. Or I apologize I offended you. Do you see the difference in those two? And it is, by the way, it's not paired with when someone says, I was wrong. You're going, you're right there. Right? Or I apologize. It needs to be followed up with, well, I forgive you, right? That's the good communication. So fill your language with good communication, and it leaves less room for that which is bad. Doesn't mean it'll never happen, but it helps. Number 2 is, and this is kind of part of Tami and I have a seminar on enough material for an entire seminar on communication. We've done abbreviated things on, but here's a great communication model, okay? And it's the short version. It's the Reader's Digest. It's the USA Today. It's the Chinese fortune cookie, and that is, if you are the one in your relationship who does most or is most of the time quiet, speak up. Tell what you're thinking. Tell what you're feeling. Communicate it. And if you're the one in the relationship that typically is the talker, hush up, okay? And if both of you are talkers, pray. That's all I know to help you with. But one of the best ways to improve your communication is to hush up, to learn to listen. We as people are not good listeners. I understand physiologically that our ears are more sophisticated than a canine ear, a dog's ears, that we can actually hear better than a dog can, and yet we always think about a dog turning their head when there's something nobody else can hear. But it looks like this, according to the physiologist, and that is the fact that our brain's more complicated. It has the ability to sort through sounds and discard all but the one that we wanted to hear. Otherwise, they said that we would be driven mad by the sound of our clothes rubbing on our own back. That's how powerful the human ear is. Ladies, you'll understand it better this way. You go to the den where your husband is watching his college football game, and you say, the trash is full. He's unresponsive. Perhaps even seems comatose, right? So you gently, as women do, just re-encourage and reinforce by saying, I said the trash is full. One lady said she drug the trash in between him and the refrigerator, knowing that at some point he'd go back for another soda. And she said he got there and just walked around it and moved on. Finally, she goes, trash full. And the husband says, huh? Right? That's that ability. We are not very good listeners. And for those of you who weren't listening, we are not very good listeners. And so you need to work on being intentional about listening. But here's the problem for some. I'm not saying me, but some, but not me. I have a hard time listening. In fact, I am a talker. I talk over people. I talk through people. I rudely speak when not being spoken to. I am a talker, and it really is a challenge because even if I act like I'm listening, most of the time I'm merely preparing what I'm about to say next. I am a hearer, but I'm not a good listener. So I had to devise a plan, and if you are a talker and you just have a hard time being a listener, but even if you're a listener, or maybe I should say a hearer, here's a better way to be a listener, and that is this: ask some questions. Don't make statements, ask questions. Say something to the effect of, did it bother you that I did that? Or why did it bother you that I did that? Or if you had been me, or what would you have preferred? Or if I'm hearing you correctly, are you saying that? Remember one time Tammy and I have no communication problem at all, except the neighbors hearing it. Okay, that's about all. But Tammy and I were in a pretty heated conversation, exchange of thoughts and ideas, pre-divorce meeting. I mean, that's just how it fell, right? So we're going back and forth, and finally Tammy goes, "Are you suggesting this?" And I said, "That's exactly what I'm suggesting," though I did it more gently than that. I believe I went, "That's exactly what I'm suggesting." And she goes, "It can't be." I said, "Why?" And she goes, "That's what I'm suggesting." Why, it can't be. That's what. Here was the point. We neither one had spent much time listening to what the other was saying. We were too busy heading towards our direction of what we wanted. Now, if Tammy tells the story, she was gentler and I was not. But she was. And by the way, that's how the conversation ended. I said, "You are right." And she says, "Now you're right as well." Okay, so, but you have to listen. So when you ask these questions, here's what takes place. Number one, you clarify what the issue is. Because sometimes we begin to answer for them what the problem is, or why the problem is, or what's bothering them. But if you ask a question, you're able to say it. The other thing is it gains greater understanding. You not just understand the point, just an understanding how somebody says, "I feel, I want, I need." You hear those things and are able to better address. It also allows you then, well, it extends the right or the courtesy to someone. It shows your interest, right? One of the things I have a hard time with is somebody is say, they go, "How you doing, Wayne?" And all mean it comes out, blah, 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 blah. I preached here and I went over here and I preached over here and I got this. And I tell you, it hurts when I do like this. And I got a scratch back here. And I tell everybody and they're thinking, "Boy, howdy, that was a lot." And so I'm getting more and more about question answering, except I know what it feels like to everybody, that they're being interrogated. I'm like, "Really? How you doing? Really? How long you been married? Where are you from? What time of shoe size do you have?" I mean, all these kind of things. They're like, "Why?" And I'm like, I want to show interest in you by asking those questions. But here's, as they say, the beauty of the program. After you've asked this question and they've had an opportunity to express everything they want, guess whose turn it is to talk? It's now mine. I learned a long time ago in sales, you actually can direct a conversation by asking the appropriate questions. And then after you do all the talking and asking questions, guess whose turn it is to tell how they feel? It's me. I get to talk some more. So it really works. But seriously, there is great value in asking questions and even greater value in learning to listen. So put in good communication, learn to listen. Number 3, create a safe zone for communication. Communication safe zone is a time and place where you, as two grown-ups, can have a grown-up conversation about a situation, a circumstance, and do so, if you will, with a set of ground rules, whether they are understood or they're written down. A time in which you can say, "Let's talk about this," and be frank yet fair, be honest and open and yet not reactionary, and back and forth. You can have a conversation. We don't do this very well because normally we have our communication at what I call the point of infraction. Okay? The wife grabs her husband by the ear, drags him to the bedroom where there is a pair of underwear in the middle of the floor. She says, "Are those your underwear?" He wisely responds, "I hope so." Right? Think about it. And by the way, ladies, I'll just show you how most men handle that. And over we go and on. Okay, but here's the thing is, she's angry because she has been saying, "Please put it in the hamper. Please don't leave it out on the bedroom floor. I bring my friends into the house. I'm showing them around, and here's your nasty whiteies in the middle. I don't want it. Put it away." So guess what happens every time that happens? And I said every time because it will happen again and again. She goes from 0 to 60, and he's still going, huh? Right? So whether it has to do with something that she said she would do, or that he promised to do, or she asked him to do and he wanted her to do, any of those kind of things, at the moment of conflict, terrible time to address the issue. Terrible time. Another terrible time, family table. Right? Whether it's just the immediate family or it's the extended family, Thanksgiving dinner. Yep, and he can't pick up his underwear. That's not the best time for that. That's not the best time for you to note that her gravy, unlike your mother's, clots, not thickens. It's not the place in those forums to discuss how flawed your husband is, how flawed your wife is, even if they're not present. That kind of a conversation is profitless. In fact, it does just the opposite. Thinking that we will get those who will side with us, I can just tell you it doesn't always work out that way. All they do is realize you guys are having trouble, and I think both of you are ugly about it, okay? Another time, end of the day, even if it's something important, I told you Tammy's bath routine comes in at 11 o'clock. She doesn't want to hear about travel plans, airplane reservations, schedule. She doesn't want to know about any of that. Too late at night. You're tired, and if it's a matter of some consequence, you don't have time to work all the way through the problem, and you go to bed and you sleep on it, or even worse, you don't sleep on it, and come morning, you just feel terrible. In fact, the morning, first thing, you might think rested, that's a great time. I think it's a terrible time too. Night's rest, birds are singing, sun is shining. Oh, good morning, honey. Well, there's some stuff we need to talk about, and it has to do with that pile of underwear in the bedroom floor. Huh? Right? Find a time and a place, and for you, it might be individual. Tammy and I's is in a car. We spend a lot of time together. In fact, most of our time together. But when we're in the car, there is no TV. There isn't typically any reading. It is just the two of us. And I can give you the way it starts out. We leave Oklahoma City, quite pleasant, looking forward to the day. By the time we get to Ardmore, Oklahoma, the conversation has come down to almost nothing. And the reason why is because she knows that Ardmore is the first bathroom stop on the road. And she's focused on making sure that she makes it to Ardmore, okay? Then she comes back in. Maybe I've gotten a snack. We're good. And by the time we get to Gainesville, the conversation is really going now. And depending upon how we go, if we go from Gainesville on down south into Denton, or if we come across and around through Sherman and all, let's just say that northern loop, by the time we get to Sherman, we don't like each other very much. The good news is by the time we get to Steve and Stephanie's, we're at least speaking to one another. We don't like each other any better. By the time we get to Wiley, we are at least, thank you, dear. Same to you, honey. Okay. And Steve and Stephanie are friends who Steve preaches at Wiley, is always like, you guys are in the same bedroom. And I'm like, oh, great. Okay. But you know what? We can't go anywhere. We've tried to get out. But it's like, that's the place where it's going to be different for you. Time and a place. We can say, here's kind of our ground rules, spoken or unspoken. We're going to deal with this issue, no matter how big, how serious it is, and be able to treat it like a grown-up conversation. And that is, simply put, to be those that create a communication safe zone. The last, and maybe most important, and that is to learn a new kind of language. Now, let's suppose that Tammy and I want to go to France, right? We're going to take a trip to France, and we'd like to be able to speak French when we get there. Now, I had a little bit of French when I was in junior high. I have about 5 sayings that I say. The truth is, I'm not sure if any of them are correct. They're just the way I remember them, okay? I can still say, Comment vous appelez-vous? Je m'appelle Wayne. Comme ci, comme ça. Okay, that's about it for me. So we decide we're going to take a course on French, on French. Maybe on CD, maybe on an online something. We take a class and we get to France. And any of you who have learned like Spanish or French or German and then have gone, you will find that you can't talk their language, right? You know textbook Spanish, textbook French, can't get textbook France out of my mind. Textbook French, textbook German, you get there, they don't know what you're saying. And all you need to know is where to the next bathroom, okay? That's it. Tammy only wants to know, how do you say in German, you keep leaving your underwear in the middle of the hotel? So we go to the school, but you know who I can talk French to? Her. Why? Well, because we learned the language at the same time. We have the same understanding, the same grammar. And though she's a little bit better at linguistics than I am, for the most part, we're at the same level. We can talk French all day long to one another. Feel really like we're somebody. But the problem is this. Women speak woman, the most difficult language ever known to man, right? When a woman says, you ask her, would you like to eat at this burger restaurant? This is a hypothetical. For the sake of the hypothetical story, we'll name them Wayne and Tony. Wayne and Tony are coming south. Wayne asks Tony, would you like to stop at the Whataburger? And she says, yes. And Wayne and Tony go into the Whataburger, and it's not very good that day. And I said, Wayne said I was a little disappointed. And Tony says, that's why I didn't want to go here. Why we didn't, Tony. Okay, anyway. And Wayne says, but you said you did. And she goes, but I meant no, I didn't. Huh? Okay. Meanwhile, men speak man. Simplest language in the world. Single syllables, an occasional grunt. Okay? But the thing is, we spend our entire married life trying to understand what she's saying, what I'm saying. Trying to decipher, trying to translate woman, and I can't because I'm not a woman. And same with her trying to understand man. It reminds me of my grandfather who used to oversee crops for the Holly Sugar Company, and they had Hispanic workers. He wasn't responsible for the workers, just for the fields, but they would come to his house sometime wanting like their check. He did not speak any Spanish. And I remember to this day, though I was only 10 or 11, him standing on the porch, and this is what he said. No checky hero. Thinking if he put some kind of a Spanish twist on it, they would get it. They didn't speak hardly any English, and they just sat there yelling, and that's what we do. Me no understandi you. But if we can learn a new language that we both learn at the same time, we can leave man and woman, Colorado and Okie. We can put all of those languages aside, and the language is found in 1 Corinthians chapter 13. The context of this chapter is about the edification of the church to one another, specifically in light of the use of spiritual gifts. But you have probably seen the middle part of chapter 13 or heard the middle part of 13 used in wedding context, even though this really has nothing to do with marriages, except it has everything to do with marriages because it describes love in a series of verbs, action words. In other words, love does, not just feels, not just think, love acts. And so, since communication is an expression, it is an action, then it should be in our marriages regulated by these principles of love. And so when we think about it, and if you will allow me to step just a little bit away from literal translation, but I think it's appropriate by application, listen to these familiar words where we replace simply the word love with the idea of communication, meaning the kind of communication that reflects the love we have for one another. Our communication is patient. Can you imagine if we gave our first thought a second look before it came out of our mouths? How different would the communication model be if we simply had communication that was patient? Our communication is kind. What if every derogatory, angry, hateful, spiteful, pointed, jabbing kind of conversation was extracted from our marriage communication? Would it be any different? I think dramatically different. Our communication is not jealous. Our communication does not brag. Our communication is not arrogant. Can you imagine if our communication was not full of, well, I think, well, I like, why I want, I need, I, 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 I. How different it would be. Our communication does not act unbecomingly. It does not seek its own, and it is not, the older translation or a different translation I have says, easily provoked. In other words, you ever had somebody that as they're talking to you, you feel like they're going, ding, ding. We always say, you know how you can tell a door-to-door salesman? He's got bruises all over his chest. Get off my porch, right? This is the other side of it. Communication that's not easily sensitive, that doesn't quick to react, that doesn't always take that what you meant by that was something ugly or mean. It gives the benefit of the doubt. What if our communication, either, I don't know how this works, either my least favorite or my most favorite? Our communication does not take into account a wrong suffered. It doesn't keep a ledger. Here's how it happens. We get in these arguments. We never resolve it. We just shove it all down in a plastic bag and put it in the basement, try to forget about it. That is until that issue comes back up, now still unresolved, and we go down to the basement, we take it out, and we dump it out on the kitchen floor. Do you remember the time when? Do you know how you promised me that? I remember you said, right? That's this. I'm keeping a record. I'm keeping a record. What if you only dealt with this problem on this occasion? And then put it to rest, right? Or as it goes on to say, our communication does not rejoice in unrighteousness, but rejoices with the truth. I'll confess right now, I remember a conversation Tami and I were having, and I remember the moment. I must have been losing ground in the argument, in which I thought, now, I don't care if I'm right, as long as I'm right. As long as I win, as long as she comes up and says, you know what, you're right and I was wrong, then I'm satisfied. I wasn't concerned with what was best, what was right. I just wanted to win. That's this. I rejoice when she's wrong, even though she's right. Goes on. Our communication bears all things. That doesn't mean puts up with anything. Our communication believes all things. That doesn't mean your communication has to believe everything. But our communication hopes all things, endures all things. Our communication is the one thing that doesn't fail us. What a different communication we would have, what a different marriage we would have, what a different relationship in general, because communication doesn't just affect your marriage, it affects your family. It affects your relationship at work, at school, in church, in your community. And so I would encourage you to spend some time, maybe take this list, write them out and put it aside. What does that kind of communication look like? Or maybe it would be easier for you to make a list and go, this is not kind. This is jealous. This is the kind of conversation that keeps an account or keeps a record. And post those up somewhere, maybe in your communication safe zone, where you go, before we get started, let's remember what we won't be doing and how we will be talking to one another. Communication is essential for a good marriage. That is good communication. And when it fails, marriages will struggle, even the best of them. So hopefully a few of these things that I have suggested will give you some help in your communication and the communication, like I said, no matter where you are. Okay, we're going to, you did good. And that was not a prayer in the bunch right then. I dozed off once, but you guys didn't know it because I just kept talking. That's the way I am. here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about a 10-minute break till 15 after, and then our final breakout session, and that is guys staying here, ladies back in there. You know, we really hate having a marriage seminar and having you spend half the day apart from one another. But my thought is, you all came in smiling. The ladies came back from the first two sessions. They were still smiling. If we can keep them smiling and keep you men from crying like you were at the last breakout session, it'll be a good day. So let's take about a 10-minute break, our last breakout, and then immediately after that, we're going to come right back in here and wrap everything up for the day. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. to 6 guys now. I think that's a great turnout. We usually have not that kind of retention. So somebody told me recently, they said in direct mail, you know those cards, the junk mail you get, if we get 0.01% return, we consider it a successful direct mail. So we're better than direct mail, except for the fact that you guys would have just got a flyer to throw away and you'd have had the rest of the day free. I'm stalling because this is, I won't say my least favorite, but it is the most difficult of all the presentations, not just in the seminar, that I've ever done. I have done funerals for people I didn't know. I did my own father's funeral. I've done an infant's funeral. I've been called on at short notice to fill in for guys. And as I've already mentioned it, I'm a talker. So you can put me in an auditorium, even if I have nothing to say, 15 minutes notice. But this presentation I struggle with, and here's why. It's about intimacy in marriage. And you know what? Guys don't talk about intimacy in marriage. They don't want to hear from somebody they don't know very well about intimacy in marriage. In fact, the closest thing that we have to a conversation about intimacy, specifically sexual intimacy, is either at the doctor's office, where everything's given a doctor name, doctor, it's very clinical, it's very sterile, or in the health class, where the teacher just hands out that sheet and says, color in the sheet and learn all the stuff, or in the locker room. That's where everything has a slang expression and ends with the get it, get it, get it. And I'll just tell you, there's part of me would rather hand out a coloring sheet or maybe tell a dirty joke. That would be inappropriate, I think. And I think this would be inefficient. No, this would be inappropriate and this would be insufficient. So, as hard as it is to sit and listen, just be glad that you're not the guy who has to stand up in front of everybody and talk about these things, because I am convinced, Tami is convinced, that this is a discussion. In fact, it's one of the primary reasons that we do the breakouts is so Tami can talk to the ladies about this sensitive subject, and I can talk to you guys about it, and we none of us have to be embarrassed. Let's start with just some truths about intimacy. The first of all is that intimacy is an important part of marriage. A marriage that lacks sexual intimacy is going to struggle. However, it is not the important part of marriage. That is to say that when a marriage is based primarily on sexual intimacy, it won't just struggle. I think it will fail. Because, and for some of you who are younger, you might find this unsettling, there is times in which sexual intimacy falls out of fashion. In times in which there is not what it once was. And there's a lot of reasons for that. There can be age, there can be physical issues, there can be tiredness, there can be life circumstances. In other words, we get married and this is what it's going to be like, and then it changes because it will change. I do want to say this. I think the stereotypical view that we have that men are primarily the sexual beings is a misnomer, because we have consulted or had to coach couples in which the husband wasn't really interested at all and the wife was very interested. So all I'm saying is I'm going to share one perspective and Tami's sharing with the ladies another perspective. I would invite you to have a conversation. I know what you're thinking. We don't talk about intimacy, but that's where it needs to start. It needs to start with a conversation. Long before even marriage, I think there needs to be some conversation about these things. Here's why. The young couple, they were newly married. Within their first year, they're having problems, and they admittedly said the problems lie in the bedroom. He didn't know what was wrong with her. She didn't know what was wrong with him. They were having all kinds of problems, so they went to see some professional help. And in that, it came out that when she was growing up, that she had been sexually abused by a father, a brother, and an uncle. Now, it doesn't take a therapist, doesn't take a clinician, doesn't take an expert to know what the problem was in the bedroom. all those things were coming back to the surface in that. In the absence of a communication, he would have been left to wonder, and she would have been left to wonder, or at least knowing but never telling him what the problem was because of how embarrassing it was. And so, as hard as it is important for you to have, as a couple, a conversation. If you're newly married, if you're middle married, if you've been married a long time, I have not found that there is a group that is, in a blanket sense, immune to the need of a conversation about these things. So that's the first thing. Intimacy in marriage is important, but it's not the most important. Number two, and that is the fact that men and women are created as sexual beings. You know, when you think about the things that God uses to describe creation, and there is a lot of things that he leaves out. I mean, I really want to know what those 6 days look like, right? We kind of go day one, night and day, day two, night and day. I mean, it goes through, I'm like, yeah, but did it erupt? Was there fire? And how did that happen? But there are some things that he gives a great deal of attention to, and two of them, excuse me, are very notable with what we're talking about this weekend, and that is one about marriage. We have a lot about marriage in that second chapter that could have shared some more about this. And the second is that we have sexual terminology, right? And he created them male and female. And though we recognize that as a gender distinction, it's a biological distinction, right? It's the biology of what makes a man, what makes a woman. And they were to replenish the earth. That's not just about planting and sowing. That's about sexual reproduction. So we find that that's part of this creation story there. And for us, we need to recognize that God created us that way. And you're saying, yeah, but not my wife. Yes, your wife. He did so, first of all, biologically. In other words, as I mentioned earlier, any 4-year-old can tell you boys and girls are different. They look different. They're made different. And they're made so that the species can reproduce. It was part of God's law of reproduction. Plants begat plants, and birds begat birds, and bees begat bees. And if there's going to be any begatting amongst people, it's going to have to be amongst people. So God created us physiologically in a way to reproduce, and that is sexual. But what makes it intimacy is the fact that God also created it as part of this mingling of us, of this making us one flesh. And it's why it becomes not just sex, not just reproduction as it is in the animal kingdom, but it becomes intimacy. There is something deeper in that, something more significant, something with a grander consequence. Now, when we're told that the man and woman become one flesh, the expression there in the original language carries with it the idea of mixed or mingled together. If you've ever mixed paint, you were to take a bucket of white paint and pour in some black paint and begin to stir it, what do you get? Yeah, unless you look at it molecularly. And what is it when you get all the way down at that, or maybe from, not that's what? Yeah, it's white and black. They stay white and black, but they have not chemically changed. They just are so blended you can't tell where one ends and where one stops. Think of it this way. Piece of blue Play-Doh, pink blob of pink Play-Doh. You stick them together, you can tell blue and you can tell pink. You start, as kids do, sticking them together. I always remember when my brother would do that. I'm like, no, don't mix them. You can't ever get them apart. Now, you probably could, but after a while, you get them so mingled together that it is almost impossible to know where one ends and the other begin. We are joined in marriage. We are joined by ceremony. We are joined by law. We are joined by agreement. We are joined by kids. All those joinings, by the way, I think intimacy is part of the joining process. But all of these are intended not just to stick us together, but to mingle us together. And that's where those who seek to be joined by sexuality just stay joined until sexuality no longer binds them. But those who are experiencing what I would describe as sexual intimacy, they're joined, but they're now becoming these two into one. Does that make some sense at least? Okay, so we have two different things, but sometimes they get confused. So, on the one hand, I'm not here to invite myself into your bedroom nor invite you into mine. We're not going to talk about that part of it. We're going to talk about what makes this intimacy and what makes it so important. And the reason why is because we're not just different on the outside. Men and women are different on the inside as well. I know that we stereotypically talk about men being more visual, more about the physical act, more about, if you will, the sex part of it. And a wife is, or a woman is more about the relational aspect. Somebody said a woman's definition of intimacy is into me you see, right? In other words, it's more about that. And that's why some of the things that they struggle with, a husband sees it as maybe this external thing, and she says it as an internal thing. And the husband goes, I wish my wife was more like a man. Wait, did I say that out loud? That's not what I meant. Because you don't mean that. You don't want a wife who is like a husband, and you don't want a husband who is like a wife. You want the two to be what God created them to be, because they are independently different, but they are interdependent for one another's benefit. And it's not just biological. In fact, it is appropriate. I will say it is biblical to understand sexuality from the standpoint that it is not exclusively biological. In other words, for reproduction, that there is another aspect of pleasure that God has given to the man and the woman. The Apostle Paul has this discussion. Again, for the sake of time, I'll paraphrase. Paul, in answering a series of questions, some of which centered about being married and being single, and Paul had his opinion. Paul said what the truth was. But here's one of the things that he talked about. It had to do with this sexuality as part of the fulfillment of needs and desires. And he says, listen, ladies, you weren't created for you. I mean, the way God made you was not for you, it was for them. And men, you weren't created the way you were created for just simply your pleasure. You're created for hers, and you need to quit forbidding one another. You need to quit keeping from one another, because if you do, you're putting yourself up to a sinful temptation, because I designed you for this pleasure. I designed this pleasure to be fulfilled in marriage. If you don't fulfill it in marriage, the carnal side's going to want to fulfill it somewhere else. That's not the way it's supposed to be. So this is to be the fulfillment in the marriage relationship, and it is to be something that is pleasurable. But as I said at the beginning, there is not always a season where sexual intimacy is present. I tried to break these down a little bit. The first one is, I call it, is the house slippers season. You know, I mentioned Tami coming out of her bath with her curly hair and her 2 pairs of glasses and the flannel shirt, and she got this big book and these fluffy house slippers, and she comes walking into the room, and I go, whoa, I know what you have in mind, or more to the point, what could not be further from your mind, right? That's not exactly the kind, but I don't mean it so much as her appearance as much as times in a woman's life in which expressions like, not tonight, I have a headache, right? I kind of did some researching on this, and I think I figured this all out. If a wife says, I have a headache, what she could mean, I'm just suggesting this for your consideration. She could be suggesting, I have a headache. That's it. She may not say, I don't love you. She may not be saying, I'm tired of you. She may not be saying, I don't like sex anymore. She's not saying all that. She just says, I've got a headache. Or she might be saying, I'm too tired. Could mean, I'm too tired. You ever been too tired to do something you really like? I got a friend, he loves to golf. He's a retired consultant. And so now that means he's got 6 days a week to play golf. And he wants to play golf all the time. And he will go early in the morning for a tee time. And Daryl used to call me. There's this golf course in Denver. They leave, I think, 6 or 8 tee times first thing in the morning early that you can get on and walk on. Otherwise, it's hard to get a reservation. So he calls me, says, hey, we ought to go play Kennedy. And I said, okay, great. He says, I'll come pick you up about 4:30 in the morning. And I went, well, first of all, 4:30 isn't in the morning. That's the middle of the night. Secondly, why so early? And he says, hey, I know by the time I get you, it's about 30 minutes in there. We want to be first in line. And I said, Daryl, I'm too tired. I'm just too tired. I love golfing. In fact, I get my money's worth. Last time I went golfing, I think I hit an 82 on the back 9. Let's see, I bogeyed on 14. So yeah, a little bit more than that. I get my money's worth. He says, what's wrong? He says, you don't dislike golf now, do you? He says, wait a minute. You're not golfing with somebody else, are you? Right? He goes, you didn't break your putter, did you? I said, Daryl, I just am too tired. So when a wife says, I'm too tired, she may be saying, she's too tired. I've been going all day. I've had the kids at home, or I worked a job and come home. Or maybe if she says, I'm not in the mood, right? She might mean, possibly, just think about it, I'm just not in the mood. What do you mean you're not in the mood? Okay, here's what I mean by it. I like Mexican food. I can do Mexican food morning, noon, and night. I love Texas Tex-Mex. I love the green chili Mexican food that you get in New Mexico and Colorado. California, they have what they call real or traditional Mexican. No queso, no ground beef, none of that Tex-Mex stuff, and I love it. There's a place that sells tacos, El Pastor, that I'd walk a long way for those. In fact, I'd like to get 4 meals in. I like to do breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then what I would call siesta fiesta. That's where I eat as I'm going to bed. So I like Mexican food. But Tami might ask me, she goes, Wayne, what are you in the mood for dinner? And I go, how about barbecue? She doesn't go, huh? You're not in the mood for Mexican? I said, no, I'm not in the mood for Mexican. I'm interested in barbecue. And she goes, you don't like the kind of Mexican food I make? Are you eating Mexican food? Is it uncomfortable? I said, tonight I'm in the mood for something. Now, I'm not suggesting your wife is Mexican and you need to go out for barbecue now and then. What I'm saying is it's possible simply to have a headache, to be tired, to not be in the mood, and it just be natural and it be normal, even if it seems as if it is too normal or too frequent for you. The second, and that's what I call it the nurse's shoe season of life. I'm not talking about those really nice kind of hip, fun, croc-like shoes nurses wear. I'm talking about the 1930s leather squeaky. They are the very opposite end of the sexy spectrum shoes, okay? These are the time in a woman's life in which, simply put, things are going on in her body that do not make sexuality a priority. For example, part of the reproduction cycle that God has created in a woman, she has a monthly cycle. And there is a time in that monthly cycle in which she doesn't feel, as the old television commercial put it, at her freshest. They're the puffy days of a calendar. They're that time of the month in which she may be apprehensive for any number of reasons, for comfort, for how she feels overall, about how she feels hygienically. She doesn't like it. It's just the way she's made. Or maybe during pregnancy. I always have some young guy, I talked to my pediatrician. You can have sex even in the 9th month. I said, okay, you are the pig that your wife thinks that you are. But the point is that she's not comfortable. She doesn't feel very pretty. Remember, a lot of sexuality for her is from here up, right? What's going on in her head. And sometimes it's like, I'm not in the mood. The last time I compromised, this is how I ended up, right? So it can be that kind of thing, but it's not something that she likes. And guys, the older guys are going to sit back and go, well, they had to know sometime. But I just think that that first cycle of women is to prepare you for the last cycle of women. And that is the cycle that has been so misappropriately called a change of life. That's like Noah saying it looks like rain, okay? Things are going to change. Here's a few of the things that you can expect. You can expect that when everybody in the room is hot, she will be cold. And when everybody in the room is cold, she will be hot. And when she tells you she's hot and you go to adjust the thermostat on the wall, by the time you get back, she will say it's cold. She will have a throbbing headache. Tami described it as no, 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 no. To top it all off, one of those benefits of that is that her libido, her sex drive, potentially will go tank. And I might add this little tidbit. Most of that is going to be your fault, just so you know. Point is, I have yet to hear a woman go, I liked having a menstrual cycle. I love being big, fat, pregnant. I can't tell you how wonderful menopause was because all of those seasons gave me a reason to tell my husband that I didn't want to have sex with him. I have yet to find any woman that goes, that was worth the exchange. In other words, those seasons, she's not looking for a reason not to be with you. She just is in a season where her body isn't being part of that. Okay? The third, and I call this the stiletto heels because one time I asked, what do you think a sexy shoe is? In fact, I asked Tami, I said, I got to use a shoe analogy for intimacy and marriage, and we're not usually wearing shoes. What? I don't know how to do that. And she said, well, she said, a woman. How would a woman, I knew she was going to say, sexy, red, high heel shoe. And she goes, for a woman, sexual intimacy would be a fun shoe. Fun, but what's a fun shoe? She goes, you get for a special occasion. It's a fun shoe. All I can think of is, oh, that's right. It's the one you only wear once a year. I think there was an analogy there. I said, well, then what about for a guy? She goes, easy, Nike tennis shoe. I said, Nike tennis shoe? She goes, yeah, their slogan. Right? Just do it. And I think that tells us a lot about this. So I wondered, why did I have this imagery of a red high heel shoe being a sexy shoe? And you know why? Because the world told me that it was. The world, through its fashion, through its media, through motion pictures, and perhaps, though maybe not me directly, through pornography, it said, these are the things that are sexy. Sports Illustrated tells us what's sexy. Here's the swimsuit edition. They're going to have to change the name of that because I think in recent years they've had multiple images of girls who just had swimsuits painted on them. They weren't wearing anything at all. Or the ESPN sports magazine, what used to be what they called their body edition, sports figures in little to no clothes showing off their physique. It was so popular, they now have back-to-back body issues. And they're telling us, this is what's pretty. This is what's attractive. This is what's sexually pleasing. This is what a man wants. This is what a woman likes. And not to mention the mess that pornography has made into the mind of men and women. Victoria's Secret does not make a catalog for women. They make a catalog for men in belief that if you spend $50 on underwear, your wife will look like that. She won't, because they don't. In fact, there's a class action lawsuit amongst Victoria's Secret models suing them for photo manipulating to the point that they no longer represented who they actually even were in those. The point is this. We come home and we find that our wife isn't what the movie said she's supposed to be, or what pornography has said she's supposed to be. In fact, we have a wife that some friends of ours, and she revealed, and he had revealed that he had a problem with pornography. And they were working through it, but she says, I'm not going to dress like provocative. I'm not going to wear all that sexy lingerie and stuff because I know that's what he likes. Think about that just for a moment. I'm not saying you need to let pornography tell you what's sexy, but when you say, I'm going to try to be as unattractive as I can, let's see if he really, really, really wants me, there's a problem there. At the same time, when he comes home and his wife has frizzy hair and 2 sets of glasses fuzzy house slippers and a pink striped flannel pajama top, not to think other than, oh, I get it. You don't care a thing about me. In fact, I see it economically. Don't go spend $100 on something you might not wear very long, right? You get something you'll get some use out of. The point is this: we have to recognize that sometimes the imagery that we have of sexuality is that which has come from our environment and our culture. I find it especially true with young men, that young men are dissatisfied because something has set up an imagery other than his natural desire and God's instruction as to what he wants sexually in his marriage. And when those two clash, meaning an unrealistic expectation and something that didn't happen because it was an unrealistic expectation, all of a sudden there's something wrong with my wife. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like me. She doesn't love me. Maybe I need to look somewhere else, and it's for this extension, for the satisfaction of that. It's important that we have some feeling for recognizing the fact that, simply put, it's not always her. And we need to think more like her than we do like us. Okay, so in an attempt to think more like her, I asked Tami for a list. Okay, I'm sure these are general and not directed specifically at me. I'm sure she shared them for all of you. Okay, here's what she gives me. She says, first of all, she wants you, this is your wife, wants you to think she's beautiful. Now, I will say, I came to the defense of us men, and I said, well, then quit telling us that you're not beautiful. Quit telling us that you're wrinkling and graying and getting fat or getting skinny or whatever it is that you find unattractive. In fact, my wife's got one of those magnifying mirrors. I said, quit looking at yourself up close. No one else in the world is, right? In fact, I said, listen, I've learned to look past wrinkling, graying, and getting fat. I do it every morning when I look at me in the mirror. I'm used to that. That's okay. I said, tell the wives, quit trying to change clothes in the closet because they don't want their husband to ever see them. God made them want to see them. Now, I don't know if this is a benefit of that, but if you come home Monday from work and your wife's in the living room vacuuming without a stitch of clothes on, that's not exactly what I was talking about, but you're welcome if that happens. So she needs to not only know that you think she is, she needs to hear you say, you're beautiful to me. Not, I got you barbells for Christmas. I thought you could lose a pound or two, right? Or I'm just concerned about your health. I understand all those can be genuine concerns, but she needs to know she's beautiful. Number two, she wants you to desire her, not just sex. You understand the difference? In other words, she's not just a vehicle. She's not just a vessel. She's not, if you will, an instrument for your use. She is part of this process. She wants to be desired. And I believe that in a mature sexual relationship, a husband goes, I will never find full sexual satisfaction anywhere but here, because that's the way this was designed to be. Oh, I'd be naive. I'd be just flat out lying to tell you can't get any satisfaction sexually outside of a marriage relationship. People do it all the time, but you will never find its fullest fulfillment outside of marriage because it wasn't designed to operate that way. Number three, she wants to be free of distractions. And I went, huh? And she says, well, for example, do you remember that time right after we first got married? My parents came to visit. They were in the bedroom next to us in that prison apartment, and the wall was about 2 inches thick, and we could hear everything they were saying. I said, yeah. She goes, well, they could hear everything that we could have done in that room. It wasn't the best time. That was a distraction. Oh, okay, yeah, I guess I see that. She says, you remember that time that one of the kids came to the bedroom because they were in a nightmare and you were too lazy to get up and take them back to bed. You just slid over by me and put them in bed with us. And the next morning, you and Mr. Hands were all over me going, hey, honey, now we're all snuggled up. She goes, is there still a kid in bed? You went, uh-huh. She goes, distraction. Not the best time. But sometimes it's from here up. She goes, the time that the IRS came and the company you're working for, they chained the doors and you can get back to work and you didn't know if you were going to have a job, if you were going to see your last paycheck. And you kept telling me, don't worry about it, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. She goes, I worried about it. It was a distraction. I'm like, as a guy, you're going, well, that's my release. But for her, it's just the opposite, right? My head's not in the game. I'm not in the game. And so she needs to be free of distraction. And then she said this, and I suppose one form or the other, you've all heard this, and that is she would like a little romance. I don't want to say that I was ugly about it, but I said, I have had it for me and for every other man. And that's this. We have no idea what you women are talking about when you say romance. I took you to Buffalo Wild Wings and we watched the Super Bowl and it was romantic and you didn't think so. So I said, if you want me to hold your hand, stick out your hand. If you want me to put my arm around you, put my arm around you. If you want me to call you by a sweet name, just give me the list. I'll read them off, but I have no idea. None of us have any idea what you're talking about. So she said to me, she says, okay, then in that case, she says, let's think of it this way. She goes, how about if sometime you were to write a little note, a sticky note that says, I love you. I can't wait to see you. Let's go out to dinner tonight and stick it on the mirror. I'm being creative. And I went, ooh, I could take like your lipstick and write this at $23 a tube. No, leave my lipstick alone. Use a sticky note. I said, okay, got it. Note. Make a note. Put up a note. Okay. She goes, and then maybe we could go out to eat at a restaurant that night. I said, like a restaurant? You mean where we go out and we order whatever we want and they do the dishes? She goes, yeah. Doesn't have to be expensive. Doesn't have to be fancy. Just out. Go out to eat. And she says, and then when we get there, maybe we could have a conversation. We could just talk. I said, about what? She goes, I don't care. She goes, first of all, if I don't have to talk baby talk, that'd be great. But about the weather, about the menu, about the couple over at the next table, it doesn't have to be of any consequence. I would just like to have an adult conversation with you. Conversation. And she goes, and maybe you might even surprise me. She goes, maybe you could just bring like one rose and put it up on the table when we get there. I said, you mean like the rose from Lowe's? You know, the ones they have in the bucket there that you buy? She goes, yeah. In fact, I have to tell young guys, don't start out by giving a dozen roses. There's no place to go from there but 2 dozen. Start one well-positioned rose, right? So, I'm going, okay. I said, now you understand, I'm only a man. I'm only human. I mean, there's only so much I can do. I'm not some Superman. I mean, look what you've required of me. A note, restaurant, conversation, that's it? And she says, here's the point. In fact, it's the point of all of this. She said, I want you to be more concerned about me than you are about you. Even when it comes to intimacy, it comes full circle to that. Are we most concerned about our spouse, where their head is at, where their physicality, their body is at, where their, are there things that we can do to put her in the mood? Are there things we can do to maybe give her some rest? Are there things to do that maybe don't have the headache associated with it? I mean, think of it this way. If you went, listen, honey, my parents are coming over there and get the kids early. I don't want you to worry about the dishes in the dishwasher or in the sink. Don't even put them in the dishwasher. In fact, I'm going to come get you. We're going to go out to eat. We're going to go to a hotel room for the night. You know what she's going to say? Yeah, right. I know what you got in mind, what you have in mind. And at least you can say, well, good. We broke the ice. We can move on from there, right? But the idea is, am I more concerned about her getting pleasure than I am about me getting pleasure? Now, in fact, I wrote it down here because I thought I needed kind of one of this, big line, memorable line, something everywhere. So here's what I wrote. Okay, ready? Instead of trying to get sexy shoes on her feet, try sweeping her off her feet. I just thought, what a great way. Yeah, it's exactly, Don. That's what I thought. And then Tami came along. Now this is an newly printed or newer printed copy. It's not the original. I still have the original. But Tami trumped my mic drop line with this. She wrote underneath it, and you might be very, very, very glad you did. I'm not so sure I've ever got a very, very, very glad you did. But the point is this, that it is reciprocal. In other words, when you begin to concern yourself more about your spouse, more about your wife, more about your partner, and them receiving pleasure, them receiving blessing, them being comfortable, all those kinds of things, it comes back to you. In other words, you'll find that they are interested in the same thing in regards to you. And that is, as they say, a win-win. So here's your takeaway. Number one, sexual intimacy is designed by God, and it is an important part of the marriage relationship. That sexual intimacy is not simply for reproduction, but that it is also for pleasure, both for the husband and for the wife. And thirdly, although it is an important part of marriage, it is not the most important part of marriage, because a time will come, I used to say, that it will wane, and that just seemed to be a little self-deprecating, right? But that it will not be what it once was, even for a time. And so when your marriage is based on it exclusively, your marriage is going to struggle. And then finally, spend more time thinking about your spouse and her needs and her pleasure than you do about yourself. And you may find that it was a greater benefit to you than what you had imagined. I'm glad that's over. How about you? Okay? Gives me just enough time before the ladies come in here that I can share with you a story that I can only share with you. It's not really inappropriate. I'm just uncomfortable telling the ladies, though Tami's probably told them, and they'll all laugh at it when they come in. So, I'm in Nashville, Tennessee. Tami and I have 100 couples at one of our seminars at the church, Woodson Chapel Church, actually in Brentwood, south of Nashville. And at that point in time, our seminar was a Friday night and a Saturday morning. And so I told everybody on Friday night, we talked about some of these things, and they went off. And well, I had the preacher come to me Saturday morning, and he says, I understand you gave homework last night. And I said, I did not give homework last night. I don't know what you're talking about. He goes, well, one of the wives told my wife that her husband had left last night and came home and said that as part of our homework for the seminar, we were supposed to have sex. I said, I did not give that assignment. So the first breakout on Saturday morning, I said, before we get into the material, we need to have a little man-to-man talk here. I said, somebody not just is benefiting from the seminar, but is using this seminar for their own personal gain and blaming it on me. And I said, I did not assign this. It's fine if you do that, but that's not an assignment. So at the seminar was all over, this guy comes up, kind of a sheepish look on his face. He goes, I'm the homework guy. And in fact, it didn't even register with me when he said it. I said, pardon me? And he says, I'm the homework guy. I said, oh, it was you. And he kind of grinned a little bit. And I said, well, how'd that work out for you? It's really good. I wonder if I could get extra credit. So I just want you to know, I'm not giving you any homework whatsoever, but I hope that something I've said has benefited not just the sexual intimacy, but the true intimacy in your marriage. And I always try to finish a couple minutes before the ladies, because without fail, I'm right in the middle of something, and they all come waltzing in, and I have to immediately go. So anyway, when the linebackers shift, this is what the defensive backs do, because I'm not going to do that. So, guys, thanks for listening in on that. As soon as the ladies are done, they're going to come right back in here, and we're going to wrap up things within about 20 minutes max, and that'll be the time that we have for you today. seriously, I joke around a lot, trying to make it as comfortable for everybody. Really appreciate your attentiveness, and those of you who have already had some nice things to say. Thanks for being here. It's commendable, and I pray that, well, what'd you say, Donnie? It didn't hurt that bad. Is that what you said? I'm glad it's over. Glad it's over. You shouldn't have any problem with that molar and everything. So you might do this. Tammy and I one time did a seminar, and they had one wall between where the women were and the men were, and it was one of those accordion door walls. You couldn't really hear the words, but you could hear her talking. I'm doing a session in here, and it is on intimacy, and it is nobody speaking. Over here, about every 30 seconds, the room is erupting in laughter. And I told Tammy when she came back in, I said, I thought we weren't going to share personal stories, about that. So if the wives come in, you watch. Just watch. See if they're not all funny. The least you can do is go, whoa, what a doozy that Wayne told. And it would make me feel a lot better. Okay, let's take just about 4 or 5 minutes break. But like I said, as soon as the ladies come in, just come in and plop down, and we'll wrap up our day together. He spent a month in one room with his entire family. I can just tell you right now. All right, we want to bring everything together, but we need to address one more important subject, and it has to do with what I mentioned earlier this morning, and it has to do with faithfulness in marriage. I doubt that there's anyone who understands or thinks that unfaithfulness is good for a marriage. Faithfulness is good for a marriage. Unfaithfulness, at some level, always destroys. In fact, we even understand that outside of of this room, this building, outside of spirituality. You don't hear anybody go, I'm really torn between these two political candidates. But the thing that really shines with this one is their unfaithfulness, right? That's why it makes the headlines when celebrities who we know are constantly leaving their wife, leaving their husband, going after somebody else, still makes the headlines. You don't hear local pastor faithful to wife, right? The scandal is when he's not, or when she's not, as the case may be. Faithfulness is important. In fact, it's essential for a marriage. And when unfaithfulness comes in, it is always destructive. But sometimes what we do is, I put it this way, we spend all of our efforts guarding the front door against what we think is unfaithfulness. And by that I mean exclusively sexual unfaithfulness, fornication, adultery. Now, we should guard against that. Let the marriage bed be undefiled, right? Make sure that sexual purity is part of that. But that is only one element of faithfulness. In fact, any of you can be victim to sexual unfaithfulness. So I'm not saying that that's not, but I don't have to convince you of that. Now, I may give you some things to say, avoid these situations and quit doing that. But I'm more concerned about the fact that we are allowing some things into our home through the back door. Some things that in and of themselves are not sinful, but they can lead to, or they can even be themselves, unfaithfulness. And so I just kind of want to go through those very quickly and then make some observations about faithfulness and about what we've been talking about all day. First of all is what I call friends and family unfaithfulness. That's where the place that should be reserved exclusively for your spouse is now occupied by friends or family. Guys, you might have been unfaithful to your spouse with your golf or hunting buddies. Obviously, I'm not talking about sexual unfaithfulness, but the fact is that they're who you spend all your free time with. Every Saturday, maybe for some every Sunday, maybe every holiday, I'm out with the boys. Ladies, you can be just as guilty of this, to the point that you have left your spouse out of your relationship. That's unfaithfulness. And because it's unfaithfulness, it destroys. Or maybe it is your children. Tammy and I have a friend, a couple, they're friends, and they had a child later in life. In fact, we prayed about it. She wanted it. I think she was 42 when their son was born. And when he was born, he became the center of her world. Here's me and my son on spring break. Here's me and my son at the zoo. Here's me at the sun getting ice cream. Here's me and my son and my son's dad. I mean, that's just the way it felt. So much so that at least until he was 8, because I don't know after that, the son never slept alone. Dad would sleep with him for a week, then mom slept with him for a week. I don't believe there were anything, I won't say inappropriate because it was inappropriate, but nothing sexually inappropriate. But you know who wasn't sleeping together anymore? Mom and dad. Because this child became the center of the world. And so, though it wasn't necessarily in and of itself a sinful thing, we have a responsibility to family. It's okay to have friends. We have certainly a responsibility to our children, but it had become a place that it shouldn't have, friends and family. The second is our, who Tammy calls my best friend. I don't know if she'll be cooperative today. We'll see. Hey, Siri, what is my name?
You're Wayne, but since we're friends, I get to call Your Majesty.
Now, you may not have heard that, but Siri said, your name is Wayne, but since we're friends, I get to call you Your Majesty. Tammy won't call me Your Majesty. But Siri will tell me the weather. She'll check the movie time. She'll make a hotel reservation. She'll search the internet. Doesn't matter day or night. Even when I talk ugly to her, she'll say, oh, come. We know each other too well for you to talk like that to me. Thank you. You're welcome. All those kinds of things. She is so nice. But you know what? Sometimes our electronic devices can, in fact, become our very best friends. You've seen the family, right? Out to eat. They're all sitting there on their iPhone, and they are maybe even texting each other across the table. And we go, how tragic. But it's very possible. I had a guy come up to me at a seminar. He and his wife have been married more than 50 years. They were well into their 70s. And he said, I wish you'd talk more about that electronic unfaithfulness. And I knew what he was thinking. He was thinking, hey, Clara, could you get me the general store? I mean, I just thought that's where he was when it came to technology, but it wasn't. He said, my wife is in love with Candy Crush. And I, like you, I laughed. And then I realized he wasn't laughing. He said, when I get up in the morning, my wife's playing Candy Crush. When I go to bed at night and close my eyes, she's playing Candy Crush. We go to drive to church and home, she plays Candy Crush. Even when we're watching TV, she plays Candy Crush. While we eat dinner, she plays Candy Crush. We virtually never speak. My wife is in love with Candy Crush. It is possible that our phone, our tablet, our gaming system, any number of electronic devices can become our very best friend to the exclusion of our spouse. There is nothing inherently wrong with these devices until they take a place in our relationship that they were never intended to have. And since they then become a form of unfaithfulness, they become destructive. Now, at the same time, these kinds of electronic devices have done something that was unavailable when I was a boy. If a young man wanted to look at a pornographic magazine, he had one of two options. He found a neighbor whose dad subscribed to one of those magazines, and they snuck down to the den and looked at it, or they would have to go down to the local convenience store where there was always a mean lady who was the cashier and ask for a copy of one of those magazines behind the counter, and needless to say, nobody ever did that. We just found the neighbor with the basement. So that was kind of limited offerings. Or you could go to some dark alley in some seedy part of town and maybe find an establishment. But for the most part, it was not easily obtainable, but not anymore. Because of electronics and technology and those kind of devices, anyone at any time from anywhere can see almost anything. And that has presented an enormous trouble. Now, let me be sure I'm really clear and I make this separation. Pornography is sexual immorality. And as such, it is not just forbidden by God, it will be punishable by God. There's no place for pornography in the life of one spouse, or for that matter, both spouses, even if they're in some kind of an agreement. I can show you economically, socially, religiously, relationally, there are no indicators that say that pornography has a value. Even when people say, well, yeah, but this is a multi-billion-dollar industry. The last survey I saw was for every dollar that the pornography industry generates, it costs our society $100 to clean up the mess. So it's a great cost. And unless you women are thinking that this is just about men, the fastest rise of porn viewers, listen carefully, are in women who identify themselves as Christians between the ages of 18 and 35. And on top of it, it has been re-window dressed to be described as not pornography, but as romance in such novels, if one wants to call it a novel, as things like the 50 Shades of Grey, in which finds its way not only into our local movie theaters and onto our local bookshelves, but in New York and California and some hotels, it has replaced the Gideon Bible as the preferred kind of reading. Still pornography, and it is sexual immorality, and as such is a sin, and the sin of it makes it sinful, but it also is a form of unfaithfulness, even if pornography is never, quote unquote, acted upon, and because it's unfaithfulness, it is destructive. But it doesn't have to be pornographic material. Tami and I were at the happiest place on earth. Does anybody know where the happiest place on earth is? Disney World. In this case, Disneyland. It was the first happiest place on earth, but it is just as happy. I'm not joking, we are standing in line to ride a ride at Disneyland's Fantasyland. And there is a girl 2 in front of us, and she has a book about this big. and she has it open and she is reading it, waiting in line. And I thought, how surreal is this? She is living in a fantasy land and missing fantasy land. But you know what? It's really possible to be so engrossed in a piece of literature that you have forgotten your spouse. My mother, I mentioned her, a saintly. She just lied that one time about sticks and stones to me that I know of. But my mother reads Amish romance novels. I cannot imagine something that, from an inappropriateness, is more benign than an Amish romance novel, right? And they put up the barn and knew it was love. Okay, I'm not mocking their lifestyle. They have a high moral character. They have a great retention of children in their faith. All I'm saying is the last group of people that you think as being sexually promiscuous are the Amish people of Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. But you know what? You can be so involved in reading that book that you miss the real world that is right around you where your spouse lives. And whether it's a romance novel, so quote unquote, an Amish romance novel, for that matter, a technical journal, if that book begins to take a place that it should never have had, then guess what? It's unfaithfulness. And perhaps the biggest unfaithfulness, or the one that's more often given into, is the imaginary world of what might happen or what might have been kind of unfaithfulness. That's where the guy says, you know what? My wife doesn't understand me. But my secretary, she's been married 3 times. She's currently divorced. She understands what makes a man happy. I think I've fallen out of love with my wife, and I've fallen in love with my secretary. I will tell you, if I was with her, my life would be wonderful. Or the lady who goes out to hang some laundry in the spring air on the line and looks over and sees the neighbor, and he's very muscular. He pumps iron all the time, not wearing a shirt, mowing his lawn. He hasn't had a job in 3 years. That's why his lawn is prestige, and he's got all this time to pump iron. She looks over and she goes, you know what? He's always over here asking, is there any way I can help you? He's always friendly. Man, and look at his yard, right? I might be in love with him. Well, ladies, let me just tell you, and for that matter, gentlemen, metaphorically as well, maybe the reason that yard is green and yours isn't is because this one isn't getting any attention. And that one may be green, but it's still got to be mowed. Or as one guy put it, he says the reason his grass is green is it's fake. Or more to the point, the reason that she's so understanding of you, he is so friendly, is neither of them have to live with you two. Right? And so when a couple begins to have this what might be, their mind rolls, and even if it's nothing more than an imagination gone wild, it is a form of unfaithfulness, because all of a sudden the thing that's getting the most attention is the thing that deserves the least amount of attention. And the thing that deserves the most attention is getting the least. Faithfulness is incredibly important to a marriage, but not just for your marriage, but for those who are around you. A few years ago, our daughter and son-in-law were with us at Christmas time. They had been married 14 months at the time. Her husband discovered while they were there that she had been carrying on an illicit sexual relationship for the previous 3 months. Devastating to a young man of 24 who had barely been married a year, going, what just happened? What's wrong with me? Devastating to a mom and dad who had done everything that they believed was right in regards to faithfulness. Devastating to 4 brothers who, though they picked on her constantly, would have done anything to protect her. Devastating to a niece and some nephews who couldn't figure out why all of a sudden their Aunt Yaya was gone. All of these people, grandparents, even friends who I didn't think were the best of influences, that went, Leslie, what are you thinking? But she didn't listen. She left her husband. She ran off with this guy, got married. Now they have a daughter who's our granddaughter, but in a very difficult circumstance. Unfaithfulness has a ripple effect far beyond just the individual or the couple. Every time you see in the paper a listing of divorce, a sign divorce is easy. You watch something about or hear about some individual or family. This just didn't impact one individual. On top of it, the very reason that we're here, that bringing glory to God, guess what? It gets blown. Because of what? Our momentary infraction or our refusal to be what we're supposed to be. In other words, it's a big deal. And it brings us to what I believe is the ultimate place that marriage is to serve in our life. It is a beautiful relationship of companionships. It most certainly is the avenue in which sexual intimacy is fulfilled. As a result of that comes children that replenish the earth and creates families, and it is an example of Christ and his church that we can understand. But ultimately, it's not about marriage. And the reason why is, I hate to end on a negative tone, none of your marriages are going to last. Because when you die, they're over. And everybody's going to die. Now, you may think fondly of, well, my husband died and he's in heaven and he's wearing his ring waiting for me to arrive, or vice versa with my wife. But Jesus made it quite clear that the marriage relationship isn't something that exists in that afterlife, in that eternal condition. So your marriage isn't going to make it. Therefore, marriage is something temporary, and it isn't just about this life. It is about the life that is yet to be. It is why Tami and I say, in regards to marriage, marriage is all about the soul, S-O-U-L, and it is all about, and that the soul, S-O-U-L, is all about marriage. It's cyclic. You want to do the best thing you can with the longest lasting impact on your marriage, worry about your soul. My dad, I mentioned to the guys, my dad who had these brown wingtip shoes. At the time, probably spent $60, $70 for it. A lot for a pair of shoes in the mid-1970s. My dad stood on the balls of his feet all the time. And so he wore a hole in the balls of his, or in the bottom of his soles. And so he took his shoes over, and the guy wanted to charge him like $60 to repair them. I said, that doesn't make much sense, Dad. I said, why would you pay almost as much as a new pair of shoes just to have the old ones fixed? He says, because they're good shoes. They're worth it. And see, what we do is we discard the marriages and go, got a hole in the sole, let's throw it out. Instead of going, no, what we need to do is re-soul that marriage because it's a good thing. It deserves it. It's worth it. Faithfulness is not just about not causing problems in life. It's not just about avoiding divorce. In fact, it's not just about making God happy with what we're doing in this life. It's about me saying that in this world, there is nobody that means more to me than her. And so if I were to truly think about her interests, her well-being, what would be the most important thing is for me to get her through this life to the relationship that she was supposed to be in from the very beginning, and it's not with me. To get her through this life. In fact, I remember one time I came in, I was trying to be a good Bible man, good spiritual leader, romantic. I came in, I said, you know what? I just found something that Jesus said that makes me really sad. And she says, what? I said, in heaven, we won't be married anymore. It won't be Wayne and Tami. And she said, oh, it'll be so much better. I think that's true. Just heard at that moment, but she's right. What lies beyond this life is so much bigger and so much better, and it is affected by how we live every aspect of our life. And for those of us who are married, our marriage is a big part of that, right? In other words, it's about our soul. the soul of our children who are seeing faithfulness played out, the souls of our community who watch. How do we reflect our faithfulness to God as in difficult times we reflect that faithfulness to one another? Faithfulness is a big deal. I believe it's the reason why God uses the unfaithful spouse as an illustration of his people when they rejected him. He says, I gave you this little thing called marriage and you've been unfaithful, and it reminds me of the unfaithfulness you have shown in so much else. And so when he says you're an adulterous people, it's just about as nasty of an description as you can give, at least from the perspective of God. That tells me it matters. It's interesting to me that of all the things that God could have told us, we know that the Bible doesn't give us every tidbit of history, every description of every one of those events. In fact, we don't know everything about what was happening throughout the world. But in the beginning, he gives a great deal of attention to marriage when he creates them male and female, and the two should become one and replenish the earth. Throughout the book, we find that marriage is used either of an illustration of God's relationship with his people, or if you will, in a bad sense, those who have been unfaithful. And at the very end, in the glorious scene of Jesus Christ and the church, she is described as the bride of Christ. It seems to me that marriage matters big to God, and it should matter big to us as well. And I hope that today we have reminded you of how big it is, and that you recognize that it's not just about us getting through our problems. It's not just about having a good marriage in this life, that there is something so much important, ultimately a marriage that brings glory to God and thus fulfilling our life purpose, and then allowing God to bless us in this life by having someone with us and with other things, and bless us in the life it is to come, having lived out our faithfulness to him and our faithfulness in that particular thing called marriage. It is all about the soul, S-O-U-L, but the book is Soulmates, S-O-L-E, coming from Kyle Publications next month. Okay, so enough of that commercial. Just a quick reminder, I won't go through the details. If you have any interest whatsoever, we would love to have you. I think your marriage would be dramatically improved. You would be benefited. The material on our cruise is very different, not different in perspective, but different in content from our seminars. And so if you want to pick up one of those cards, it has all the information there. And then don't forget to get you one of these stickers. My friend Steve Miner, he got one, and I thought, well, that's nice, because Steve, I just couldn't see him putting a bumper. I found it on his toolbox at his house. I don't know what that means, but I'm at least glad that he remembered it. So some of those are in the back, and you're welcome to take one of those. I want to thank the congregation here. I want to thank everybody who has been responsible for getting us here, and for the leadership and for the congregation as a whole for hosting us not once, but twice. I'm just pretending that you're going, well, they were marginal the first time. Let's see if they get any better. Wait till you see us in spring. We're going to be great. So maybe you'd like to have us back for our grandparenting seminar. That would be great. Try to be grandparents between now and then. But seriously, what I'd like to do is I'd like to close in a word of prayer and ask that you pray for us beyond here as we make our transition to Houston, and we will be able to continue our marriage and family seminar work at the same time, as we'll pray for each and every one of you, not only in your marriages and your families, but in your service to God and the kingdom. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. Let's pray. God, thank you so much for this time together. I'm thankful for those who are here and their attentiveness and their desire to know more about what you have planned and designed for their marriages. I'm thankful for your word and for the example of your son that have given us great insights that we do not have to guess on those things. I'm thankful for this congregation's commitment to marriage and family, to do intentional things to help strengthen and support that. Father, I ask and pray that you bless this church because of those decisions, that you bless these individuals as they have made a decision to be here, and that you bless all of us as we seek to serve you. Father, we're thankful for marriage, but we know that there is something far more important, and that is the marriage to your son, the groom. We pray for his quick return, and that eternity alongside of him and you. We're thankful for this avenue of marriage to help us in the difficult days between now and then. We thank you for all of our blessings, none more so than your son, Jesus. We thank you for all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate you being here.